I think that's a good, yeah. I like that slide for this. I like that slide for this topic. I think that's good. I do. I think we got to hit the manual. I think we got to hit the manual ad break before we get into the actual accountability update. Then we can get into the actual deck roasting. I think we got 4 motherfuckers on the docket today. What's up, Tift? What's up, Stormblast? Hello, JacketBot. Welcome to the stream. Hello, Weirdrook, Firebiddy, Phantom. I always say it in my head as like Phantom because of the V. Congratulations on graduating college, my friend. That is a massive achievement. I am very proud of you, and I hope that your degree brings you the success that you are looking for. What is up, everybody? Alec, man, it's been going better, but we're still okay. I am going to pull up the order for today's roasting and drop it in the chat. Troper, we're not going to do a whole slideshow from it because I think typing all the stuff associated with this is just going to waste time. So I just pulled this slide up so we could talk about it before the roasting. But I think the stuff we need to talk about is well documented in written form and does not need me to butcher any quotations or primary sources attempting to put it into funny bullet points. Hello, Oatmeal. It's good to see you. So that's 2. I think we're probably going to wait for Friday. Because we have the vamping section for today is already totally full up. The bag, thank you for the Twitch follow. Welcome to the doghouse today. It's so sad 5-color commanders is so disheartening because the mana base needs to be on point. Yeah, but it is it's like a necessary evil. 5-color commanders are crazy good. And it's correct. It's morally correct that your mana base is difficult. Yeah, we're going to turn the rants off for now because we already got a rant lined up. We're going to hit the manual ad break because I think we're going to hit the manual ad break. We're going to do normal, low-quality vamping for like 3 minutes, and then we will give the actual business time update, and then we will move into the roasting for today. I'm going to grab the order. This is subject to change depending on who is here at what time. Because I've seen White Bread, I've seen Oatmeal. I don't know if I've seen Lore, and I don't know if I've seen Jarthur yet, but I haven't been watching chat perfectly. So if I've missed you guys, don't worry about it. We're going to get you all today. I'm going to send Twitch into the 3-minute ad break so that we can talk uninterrupted. Duke, thank you for the random smasher pass. Duke, I think you missed... Duke, did you miss the last Darkest Dungeon stream? Nobody tell them. Nobody tell them what happened. Duke, I'm sorry to say, you did die, but as a hero. You died a hero. You died eating a 68 damage crit that was coming for a healer. Okay, Laura's here, perfect. Yeah, Duke, we did our first level 6 mission, and you were unfortunately the only casualty. We beat a very hard boss that we had no business beating, in part because of how sweatily you cleaned up all of the fights leading up to the boss fight, but you got... I love you, dog. You got clapped. You got clapped hard. I was mad. It was rough. They hit you harder than I thought mathematically possible, dog. It was fucked up, to be perfectly honest. Jarthur, thank you for the 50-bit cheer. You live. Great. So we have everybody here. We just have to wait for the ad break to end, and then we can do the business update. And then we can get into the roasts. What's up, Super Hef? Oh, thank you, Space Chicken. I'm glad you have enjoyed the deck roasting. I hope you get a chance to submit, or I hope you make it in through one of the free roast days. But either way, I'm glad to have you in stream. Okay, let me close my door, because Z wants to film, and I yell loud. We're gonna open the window for a little bit of airflow. I hear someone's gonna be on a podcast. Oh yeah, I am doing a podcast with Joe Cherries and Veggie Wagon. I think the first episodes are supposed to come out soon. But yes, that is a totally different thing. That is relatively casual and happy and good news. And so if you want to hear me vamp even more, you will get it. DMC, thank you for the 100 bits. Wait, did I miss something from the A-team? Did something happen when I missed stream? Did you miss Wolf? Because we fought Wolf. And everybody almost died. It was almost a team wipe. But we got the Wolf mission, and we just fucking sent it. And Duke and Scamp got sent up to that big dog farm up north. But we killed the motherfucker. You carried hard. Really, that was like, I was mad as fuck, but every A-team member lived up to their reputation. I was gonna say representation. All of the A-team lived up to their reputation. Duke got caught with some of the corniest fucking RNG we have had in that game to date, but we still won. We still killed that dumb motherfucker. Yeah, DMC, you clutched up and you did a ton of damage, but Moose and Poro, I think Poro dodged like 6 death blows. They were on death's door and they hit a death's door clutch like 3 times, and then they dodged 2 or 3 more attacks that would have subjected them to a death blow save. And Moose did put up almost the same numbers and was putting up damage. So you were like, you were in the back throwing shit grenades at people. But everybody, I was salty as fuck. I'll be real. Hindsight 2020. I look back at that footage. I was mad as fuck. I was throwing out crazy insults to motivate you all. But y'all pushed through. Y'all did good. But I was mad as hell. I was mad as hell that my A-team was getting got by a fucking knowledge check. All right. We're out of the ad break. All of our roasties are here. W, have a good day. Thank you for stopping by the stream. All of our roasties are here. We've done the ad break. Let's do the business update. So, for those of you who know, for a couple months now, I have been sponsored by GamerSups. We have done a ton of talking about like, oh, are we getting a flavor? Am I going to get a GamerSups cup? We had the whole poll about dog water. I would like to announce effective immediately, that's dead. I no longer work with GamerSups. Specifically because I found out the very, very public and very, very aggressive views of a VTuber named Kirsch. I think their full handle is like Kirsch Verstalt or something. But Z came to me this morning and was like, hey, baby, you might want to look at this. And they showed me a video. Seeing that video prompted me to do my own research into this VTuber. And they're currently doing the classical alt-right tactic of calling this character assassination. They're trying to bring up dirt on a person who wrote an original article talking about all of this. But all of the things I looked at, all the stuff I looked at were clips from their channel, tweets they've made, things they've retweeted, statements they have either made themselves or given a full-throated, public-facing endorsement of. And the type of stuff they're talking about is demographic replacement, which is typically a dog whistle for the great replacement theory, the idea that white people are the correct people and are being slowly and insidiously replaced by brown people. I think this specific thing came up in relation to them being quite negative on the idea of mosques being built in either Britain or Ireland. They've also made a number of statements that, to me, imply that they are reducing trans people and trans activists to mentally ill men or men who are fetishizing women. I think they use the term as, I think, like autogynephilic male is the term they have referenced, which is a term for a sexual orientation in which you are a man who is aroused by the fantasy of yourself as a woman, and has long been used to attempt to delegitimize trans women by saying, oh, you're just a dude who's horny because you're thinking of yourself with a vagina. So I don't need like context for any of that, right? I don't have to get more. I don't care what the articles say. I don't care what they say about character assassination, misrepresentation. I've seen their statements. I will not be professionally or personally associated with anybody who says shit like that. End of story. I think the rabbit hole even goes deeper on like other VTubers who are friends with them and probably knew about this stuff and didn't speak up. I haven't looked into any of that. So I have no statements or thoughts on that, but I have seen what Kirsch said. I know that Kirsch represents this company. That is a absolute moral no for me. And I think that it is important to note, a lot of people in situations like these will try to talk about it like it's just business. It's just money. It's never just that. Anytime somebody says that something is just business, they are attempting to soothe their own conscience when they are accepting that they are doing something wrong. They want to feel better about a perceived lack of agency in a moral quandary. But I know for a fact that I have the agency to not work with these people. I think for a great many other people in the world, their situations are much more difficult, and it is a much harder decision to think about, oh, well, can I work with or for somebody who's evil, but if I quit my job, my family will starve? I am privileged enough to not be in that position, and I am going to use the agency of that privilege to not stand by this stupid bullshit. So, effective immediately, my, according to what I talked to my reps already, and they are saying that my code should be shut down. So I'm going to go back and scrub my code from all of the videos, but it should already not work. And we are no longer represented by GamerSupps. I will not personally be purchasing anything from GamerSupps anymore, even though I do like the products themselves. And yeah, I will do my best to not show any of their, not even do my best, but I think my best is we just won't show GamerSupps on stream anymore. If they address it, will you potentially go back? It would depend on how they address it, but I would certainly consider it. I think if we ever attempt to use social pressure to get people to act better, once they act better, the pressure should change. But if they just go, quiet backpedal, everything's okay, business differences, I'm going to take it back to this slide. So that's really, really hard to interrogate and have any degree of confidence with when it comes to a business, because there are a ton of people, and I have no idea how GamerSupps internally feels about this. I also want to be clear that I do not speak for and have no idea what the opinions of this company are. The only conversation I had with them about it is, I'm not a part of this anymore. I saw this and it makes me upset. Goodbye. So there's a ton of different paths that they could take to attempt to rectify that situation. So I'm not going to say like, oh, now and forever I will never ever work with this company again, but it depends totally on how they deal with it. Zenorum, the earliest article I saw about it was published the 21st, which is like 3 to 4 weeks ago. I do think based on the research I did, it seems like Kirsch has been a known alt-right panderer for quite a lot of time, but it has only blown up for the last couple weeks. I don't even think it's your sense of time, Zenorum. I think the cycle of internet news makes us feel like everything is always crazy old. Yeah, Troper, thank you for bringing up virtue signaling, because yeah, this costs me money, but it is important that as a person who can afford to lose the money, I take my money out of my mouth when I have something to say. Like, a lot of people will be like, oh, just get the bag. Don't. If it conflicts with your internal ethics, don't. You don't have to. You can make less money, which is what I talked about when people would where some people have much harder decisions to make, right? Some people are locked into a 9-to-5 and maybe they work for a company they think is bad, and if they stop working, their family starves, so they lose their house. They have a much harder decision to make than I do. My decision is, what if I made less money and wasn't a part of something I found morally abhorrent? That's very easy. That's incredibly easy. For people on YouTube who are out of the loop, I have also heard whisperings of something going on with Cinder, who is a full co-owner of the company. I am not educated on that situation yet. This is just about Kirsch, who is another partner like I am, who represents the brand, and is pretty regularly says some stuff that I find to be morally repugnant about trans people, about immigrants, about black people. Yeah, DMC, rant redeems off, because this is already a rant. We already doing it for free. For free. I'll even put my feet up there. Free. Because I love you. And I cherish you. The Vice articles were taken down today. I know that and that's also why I brought up, I heard that there was some shit going on with the Vice article and the person who wrote the Vice article, and them being like, damn, this shit is a hit piece. I'm not standing on anything the Vice article said. I am standing on spending the morning watching Kirsch clips and looking at Kirsch tweets. That's what my decision is based on. I am not basing my decision off of anybody else's take or interpretation on what these people said. I am basing it on the words that came out of their motherfucking mouth. I didn't like those. I'm losing money over this, so here's my feet. I'm making moves, Flame. I'm making moves. Thank you, Badger King. I appreciate it. And Duke, thank you for gifting that tier 1 sub. I'm sorry I didn't mention it in the moment, but I appreciate that generosity very much. Welcome to Dog Heaven, my friend, as you and your dog are in heaven in our Darkest Dungeon run. And Nephris, thank you for the 6 months in a row with Prime. Thank you for standing up for your morals and what's right. I wish G-Subs had done it, but you did what's right, since they won't. Appreciate that. And Honestly, I have no idea what GamerSubs is going to do. I don't know how slow the wheels of corporate bureaucracy turn. Maybe they do feel some type of way about this and are waiting for the legalities of it. I don't know. But I know that I have the agency to move now, so I'm moving now. Sarum, thank you for the 3 months in a row. Thanks, Maul. Your transparency about this is inspiring. I appreciate that, Sarum. I do think this should be normal. Right? This should be the normal. Alka Magician, thank you for the Prime sub, my friend. Welcome to the dog home with those Jeffrey dollars. And DMC, thank you for the 100 bits. Maldhound Wikifeed article incoming. So true. Thank you for that contribution to the dog pile. And Agumame, thank you for the gifted sub as well. Welcome back to Dog Heaven, my friend. Auburn Kitty 88, thank you for the Prime sub for the 4th month. Welcome back to the dog home. And Sailor Twift, I like that name. Thank you for the Jeffrey dollars, my friend. Welcome to the dog home. I was gonna have boss rant about why people should include graveyard hate. Dude, fuck zombies. In every sense of the word, if Liliana's around, you know what I'm saying? Thank you, Space Chicken. And I do know that, like, I think Joe Cat is stopped working with them. I think there's another VTuber who I don't know personally that I know stopped working with them. Jimmy Delad, thank you for the Prime sub. Welcome to the dog home, my friend. How hard is it having such massive balls in a world where no one else does? Mostly JK, mostly just want to say you should be proud of standing up for your community as a lesbian person. You got chat scrolled on. It's so reassuring seeing a cis man be so supportive, like one of the few men I'd feel safe alone with. Well, thank you for that. A lot of this is on Z. They're the ones who brought me the information, and they often go to great lengths to make sure that I am informed about the people I am associated with. Black Hole Beauty, thank you for the 5 gifted tier 1 subs, my friend. Welcome to Dog Heaven. Yeah, we'll see how many people unwind for them. I think there's probably, I mean, like, fucking, I didn't know. We don't, you know, they don't send the partners a newsletter where they're like, hey, this fuck shit is happening, watch out. So I'm sure there's like a good number of people who either aren't aware, right? Like, we are 3.5 weeks. It took 3.5 weeks for me to learn about this. Took 3.5 weeks for me to learn about it. And I'm sure other people who are busier than me, it will take them longer to learn about it. Zoria, that was part of the joke. I did the joke accountability title, and then I was like, ha, it's actually going to be about accountability. Get shit on. Badger King, thank you for the 5 gifted tier 1 subs. Welcome to Dog Heaven, my friend. I appreciate that generosity. Paladin Lost, thank you for the 2nd month in a row at tier 1. Welcome to the dog home. And DMC, thank you for the 100-bit cheer. Hollowed Moonlight is great reanimator hate and should be in every deck that has white P much. We will return to that message in just a moment. Mefow0, thank you for the Prime sub. Welcome to the dog home, my friend. How did you unwind after the spiritual violence of picking Bant Galadriel? I just had to lay down and go to sleep for a little bit. Cad, there is a... Okay. Before we finally... Nephris, we do have a Ko-Fi. I think the roast message pulls that up now because the Ko-Fis are on roast. I do want to impress upon people, I will be okay. If this was hitting me so hard that it was putting my livelihood at risk, Bet your sweet ass I'd be playing that up. You bet your sweet fucking ass I'd be milking that, okay? That said, it does hurt, but it hurts less than my conscience would hurt me for not doing this movement. So the last thing we're going to say about it to close the loop is I am Maldhound, formerly of GamerSupps. I am no longer working with GamerSupps. I am departing my partnership with them after learning about the very loud and proud and morally abhorrent views of the VTuber Kirsch Verstal. And I have heard that there is even more stuff going on with other members of that company. I have not read up on any of that. So I don't have a big loud rant to go on with respect to that, because I don't know shit about it. But I'm already out. Mew Lover, Apollo Sigma, thank you for the Twitch follows. Welcome to the dog house, my friends. All right. Look, I'm just saying when people stand up for the right thing, there should be some positive feedback, so I want to hit you with that when I have the chance to help sometime. Thank you, Nephris. I appreciate that very much. If it was devastating, we'd know by his upload schedule. So fucking true. If it was devastating, every single deck roast becomes its own 10-minute video, and I post 5 times a day. That's what happens if losing a sponsor is ever... If walking away from a deal is ever financially devastating for me, that is the canary in the coal mine, is me posting 8 videos a day, and they're all 10-minute deck roasting videos, and it's just every single deck we do. Oh shit, this does go in every white deck. Hold on. Hold on. I'm not even on Graveyard Hate. Token player, please die. Token player, please turn inside out and shit yourself. DMC, thank you for the 100-bit cheer. Boss thinks I'm fucking cooking. You got, hey, Ratatouille is in your hat right now. This shit is awesome. And then Glorious Mr. E, please hit me with that personal question. Don't you fucking touch my saprolings, boss. I will. Or I'm not going to touch them. I can't touch them because they're never making it to the goddamn board. Ciorade, thank you. Or Ciorad. I think it's Ciorade. Thank you for the Twitch Prime sub. Welcome to the dog home, my friend. I appreciate those Bezos bucks. But I'm trying to find Glorious Mr. E. Okay, I don't think Glorious Mr. E has posted their personal question yet. My question is, I'm building a Lord of Pain deck and want to know if you think nickel and diming people could kill a whole table of 5 to 8 players. Why are we talking about that many people, Mr. E? That's... Hey dog, that's a fire safety hazard. That's a fun safety hazard. You play with that many people in a Commander game. It's immensely difficult to determine without knowing the personalities of the people you're playing with. As soon as you have more than 4 people in your Commander game, that shit is Vegas, okay? Crazy shit is happening. You are on a Smash Bros stage. We are not... Commander's already not a serious game. We are playing an incredibly unserious game as soon as we have that many people. So what I will tell you... Dealing damage to one target player gets worse and worse the more players you add into the game. You might personally be able to politic your way around that, but mathematically, the more total life you need to get through, the worse your damage being limited to one target person is. Now, Rakdos may be able to overcome that with a ton of group slug. However, the scarier you get, the more people there are to turn slowly, look at you, and say, him, he's the one who needs to be hit with hammers, immediately, and very hard. So it's really difficult to maneuver group slug in those conditions because everybody can just look at your board state and go like, oh, okay, we have 3 turns until Mr. E is going to kill us with all of their burn effects. What if we all just swung at them once and they died? Seed Mater, thank you for the 2 months in a row with that Prime sub, my friend. Welcome to the dog home. Atraxis chosen, thank you for the 100-bit cheer. Hey Mauld, would you like to expand on your Bant combo deck? I found it ingenious. I love having turns that involve convoluted actions that do not progress the board state. Call me Dr. Dirtle. What the fuck are you talking about? What the fuck are you talking about, you little rat? Why'd you come in here and say that? Cats is cute. We are using Firefox because a few months ago we had a big like memory issue, and chat suggested that it was because we were using Chrome tabs. We also play no ban list. Okay. You guys just got to start filming that shit. You could put that on World Star, dog. 8-person commander game, no ban list. Yeah, Duke, I don't think we've done yours. Yeah, there is not a single tactical judgment anybody in the world could make about your play group then. If you are playing with 8 people and no ban list, it's literally just like dominoes falling, but all of the dominoes are one person attempting to Thoracle Consult, and then somebody Force of Willing. And then another person attempting to Thoracle Consult, and then somebody Force of Willing. And then somebody attempting to Thoracle Consult. Draw 2, play 2 lands, half-life. Okay, so this was more a personal question. What do you think of this crazy ass custom format called Turbo, rather than actually asking about the... I don't know, dog. Good luck? I think, like... It still seems to me like a meta that is either ruled by combo or is ruled by a good faith understanding that none of us are going to play combo. Then we have like 4 smasher passes, starting with Duke Vulture. Dark, hit me with that personal question. Smasher pass 1. Hard smash. On the ledge. Doesn't matter how risky it is. That's a land. Hard pass. Immediately no. Immediately no to all of it. Land again. Land again. It's gotta be exhibitionist rule. Look how fucking big this thing is. Absolutely has to be exhibitionist rule. And it can back it up. Immediately, yes. Gods of Silver, thank you for the Twitch follow. Welcome to the doghouse. I'm going to call this half a smash because yes, no, he's stinky. He's stinky as hell, and I'm not here for that. Osito Andy, thank you for the Twitch follow. Welcome to the doghouse. Xeon, the way you get your deck roasted, there are 3. We have a free raffle on Twitch every month where you can get your deck roasted that stream. That's at the beginning of each month. If you don't make it onto that stream, you can purchase a commission from Ko-Fi, also sold the first Sunday of every month. If you don't get on any of those and you have more money than you do patience, we have a joke option that multiple people have purchased. For $500, I will stop whatever I'm currently doing on stream and I will roast your deck. Those are your 3 methods. I don't get my real name. Thank you for the 5 gifted community subs. I appreciate your continued presence in dog heaven, my friend. Ah, yes. And then we have a premier option. Very prestigious option that nobody has had the opportunity to have yet. For $694.20, I will go get my girlfriend, Z-Main character, and we will roast your deck together. How come there isn't a command for the roast redeems? There is !roast. I've just been too lazy to set up all of the various options. What's up, Akari? It's good to see you, my friend. And then Dark, I haven't seen your personal question. Can you please copy paste that shit? One Shot Robot, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the doghouse, my friend. How'd you come up with that amount? I think DMC suggested it. It's a 69,420 joke. But somebody from chat, I believe DMC, suggested that for the number. God damn it. And then we got another smasher pass. Smash. Back to exhibitionist rule. Literal god. Look at how big he is. Reposting and highlighting for the 3rd time for the blind streamer. How old is the picture you use for your Discord profile picture? It looks aged. It is like 3 or more years old. I should probably update it. I have not yet. It is many, many years old. Yeah, Akari, the rant redeem's just off today because we were doing so much vamping about the gamer sub stuff to begin with. Educated Fool hit me with that personal question. Malt, have you roasted? I do not believe I've roasted O'Hare Ashenil, One Shot Robot. Not yet. I will. I will be getting every single commander I can write a joke for. Mald, would you ever bring Turbo to your play group? Would I play an 8-player format with 20 life where everybody drew 2 and got 2 land drops every turn? Respectfully, I would rather shoot my balls off. That sounds truly, truly awful. I do not have, I think, a normal play group of 8 that we're trying to work around. Maybe if I had 7 other people I really wanted to play Magic with at the same time, I think, again, with love and respect, the people I play Magic with are so good at Magic that if I showed them Turbo, they would immediately break it. And it would suck. I think the only world in which I could play something like that is if I told people it was normal Commander Night, and then I said, surprise, we're doing 8-player Turbo. I think same thing happens with 4 or 5. I think as soon as you do Half-Life, double draw, double land drop, people immediately break it. Because we've done Arch Enemy, where I got to do double draw, double land drop, and I could beat 3 people, all working together to kill me with that emblem. Double draw, double land drop is fucked up and ridiculous. And so if everybody gets it, it's just like, yeah, so no, I would never play it. And then let me scroll back up to see if I can find Educated Fool's question. I'm still new to Magic. I want to make Yuna work without Bant bullshit. How would a Yuna/Saga deck work? So Educated Fool, I will give you maybe 60 seconds of the easy stuff. The easy stuff is mostly going to be going to Scryfall, looking at enchantment type Saga, setting the commander color identity to Bant, find 15 to 20 that you really like. There's 93 cards in here. Find 15 to 20 that you really want to build the deck around. After that, there is a ton of Enchantress stuff in Bant that just cares about you having an enchantment enter. There's another thing you can look for that's called Constellation. This is the keyword effect for it, but does not cover every single thing that does this. But if you look at Constellation, so Calyx, this guy can create token copies of your sagas. Eidolon the Blossoms will give you card draw as these sagas enter. And then what's going to happen with Yuna is once these sagas die, they will build up your board. So you want a mix of sagas that you really like, and you want a mix of creatures that can work well with those enchantments and with 1/1 counters. And then you just make those creatures big as the saga dies. And that's really it. That deck will be a lot weaker than a generic Bant 1/1 counter deck. Honestly, it will still be good. Bant is just a very strong color combination. MTG story time with Maul to read the story starting from Wilds of Eldraine and critique it like a college essay written right before the deadline. Okay, after I answer this question, we're going to re-up our ad break and then move into Jarthur's roast. I would feel legitimately uncomfortable doing that because although I do not know any of the story writers personally, my impression of the people who write for the Magic story is that they are good writers who are trying very hard and are constrained by a corporation that wants the most generic and clean and easy to market story possible. So it would feel improper to shit on their work when I know that they are when I suspect that they are not being allowed to do the work that they want to do. If I thought they were being given free rein to do exactly what they wanted, then maybe. It still might feel like punching down. It still might feel a little bit gross. We could definitely do like maybe funny voice story time. But maybe there's a version of it where I could sort of highlight, like, this is where the corporation prevented them from writing something cool. But I think that is as far as we could go with it before it felt gross. Swallow the Pickle, thank you for the random smasher pass. Harbor Hall, hit me with that personal question. I'm putting you motherfuckers in another ad break, and then we're getting into Jarthur's roast. I appreciate your patience if you stick with me. Smash. Sure. It's a guy. He's melting. When do we get the sensual storytime reading? Dog, I'm not sure. It's coming, but I'm not sure. Perhaps you could roast the characters in universe, not out. Everything I know about MTG says Jace deeply deserves it. Dragon, you are not wrong, but I would put to you that that is likely just a less successful version of what I already do. If we're going, let's do an in-universe roast of Jace and how dumb he is. It's good to bully Jace more, but also consider that I have rent to pay and I should make videos that I think are good and entertaining. Trizora, thank you for the Prime sub, my friend. Welcome to the dog home. And Rick Dom, thank you for the Prime sub as well for the 9th month in a row. Welcome to the dog home. Mauled, everyone is commenting how they wanted the podcast to be called Good Time Boys on the Decked Out update video. Listen, dog, if you want to call the podcast Good Time Boys, you can do that. Every episode has to have a 10-minute bumper in the middle of it talking about a social justice issue. We're so, like, Good Time Boys is just, I don't know, just put truck nuts on. If we interrupt the magic talk to be like, anyone here who's alt-right, fuck you, in the middle of every podcast. Because I think what gets me about it is Good Time Boys is so good old boy is a term that is often used. Thank you, David. Thank you, David. It gives crazy Proud Boys vibes. It gives crazy Proud Boys vibes. So yeah, Chris, I want to talk about Atraxa, also Free Gaza. If we do that for every podcast intro, you can call it Good Time Boys. You can call it whatever you want. We open everyone with like a fuck Trump, trans rights, fuck Mitch McConnell. But Good Time Boys is very adjacent to Good Ol' Boy, which used to, or in some circles is like totally just good faith complimentary. In many circles, a good old boy is a member of a like fucking alt-right splinter group within an organization who you can go to if you need something done that is perhaps morally questionable, but does not conflict with the morals of that splinter group. So yeah. Oh, hello, Elk. Welcome to the stream. Also, Dino Fido 12. Thank you for the Prime sub, my friend. Welcome to the dog home. Where I come from, it literally just means a good dude. I am happy for you. That is not what it meant in Jacksonville, Florida. Okay? Where I went to high school and I got socialized. Not what that shit meant there. So if we do like an incredible amount of very, very vocal, we're not that. True as hell. Otherwise, Darebrand, yes, I do have your submission. Hey dog, fuck the Jags. Good for you, fuck the Jags. Just to be a hater. Hey, thank you, Dino. I appreciate you. Why not just make a podcast and call it The Goonion? If I ever do a, like, just me podcast, maybe I call it the State of the Goonion. State of the Goonion address. Suds, I did get your email. Who's your NFL team, boss? I don't give a fuck about sports ball. Real quick. The only sport I give a singular shit about is basketball, because they have better trash talk and they have better references. I love hearing about basketball drama because those motherfuckers know how to talk shit. Football players talk about like moving the chains. There's too much CTE for them to be witty. But the NBA meme game is crazy. Even though I don't like particularly follow any team. Chris, thank you for becoming a member of the Dog Home on YouTube. I appreciate that generosity. Smoke, I was a rower. Notably, that's not a ball sport. You're from Duval and you don't support the best team ever to play? I was born in California. I moved to Florida and I got my ass out of there. Hockey probably has... So, Rick, we'll do a different stream where we rank the memeability of every sport. Hockey, I would absolutely believe you if you said hockey players have the best trash talk in the rink. I think in-rink hockey talk is probably way better than on-court basketball trash talk. Basketball, relentless off the court. Relentless, dog. You'd be a guest, Elk. If I ever did a podcast, I would do the like I would probably think of myself as like uncorrupted Joe Rogan if I ever did a podcast. It would be like have a different guest every time the podcast happened and talk to them about something interesting, and then don't let the money turn me evil. The Joe Rogan of the left? Joe Rogan was the Joe Rogan of the left, and then he fucking seven-figured and looked at his morals and was like, I don't need these anymore. I got a house in Texas, baby. That's... No NFL player has ever said anything as cold as I'm closer to LeBron than you are to me. Terrence, I'm going to promise you right now, if I ever interviewed Neil deGrasse Tyson, that interview was opening with me going, hey man, why are you kind of a dick? Why you gotta be like that? Neil deGrasse Tyson is a fucking titan of science, and he's kind of a little bit asshole-ish for no reason. For literally no reason. Mauld makes it 2 years in, loses his hair, gets super into ice baths, and gets on TRT. Halo, I'm sorry to break this to you. I'm already really into ice baths. I take cold showers every single morning, and I am going to be on TRT. Shit's not going to change me. He decided to be that way. The TRT and ice baths don't change you. Okay. We're never getting to these fucking decks at this point. We're never getting to these fucking decks. Gorbash, congratulations on your custom Twitch roll. I am not explaining what TRT is because that will take 3 hours. For anybody who's not been to one of these streams before, we spend an hour talking about other shit, and then I introduce the people being roasted for today. My supporters send in a deck list, a primer, and a power rating. The power rating cannot be 1 through 10. It must be silly to spooky to scary, which is a scale originally developed by my friend Danny Phantom EXE as a measure of how ominous your deck's turns are to somebody that knows Magic the Gathering and is paying attention to the game. Your primer is the most important part of your deck. It is a description of how you think the deck plays or how you want the deck to play if it's a work in progress. You dumb bitch. We just dropped a video where I called birds stupid. You can't... Okay. Okay. This shit's spooky. This shit's spooky. Jay Arlington, thank you for the raid. We are just getting into our first roast of the day, which is about motherfucking birds. Let me shout out my goat, Jay Arlington. Everybody stop with the Hawktwa. Okay. So Jarthur, the first thing I need to confirm with you is the incredibly, incredibly concerning 2 little words right at the bottom, that this is dual commander. We have had this come up in a few roasts in the past, and I want to impress upon everybody watching, you can play dual commander. I don't recommend it for your mental health, but you can play it. Building a deck for dual commander is much different than building a deck for 4-player commander. You may be able, in certain cases, to build a deck that can function in both 4-player games and 2-player games. Those decks are typically like the Full Metal Alchemist Chimera. They are a cursed amalgamation of 2 wonderful things into 1 terrible thing that can disappoint people in multiple arenas. So for the primer, murder people with birds, that's the goal. I honestly have no idea where to rate this power-wise, bracket-wise. It's technically a 4 because of Winter Moon. I was originally going to call this silly, but killing a Finn the Fangbearer and having a game against Gerson Starn be decided by a counterspell made me believe that would have been a lie. Most of the deck was built before I actually decided on a commander. I started off with 35 Hawks, struggled to find things that had as much or more value for the deck. Some cards are double tagged, and the considering tags are for normal commander games. Swap list. Okay. That brings it home. We are wrong. And we are playing dual commander. Nope. Fuck it, fine. Fine. Safara, we can tap 4 birds to get a 1 mana 7/7 with flying and lifelink and give our birds indestructible. Sure. We have 34 lands, but we only need 3. Interaction. Extremely loud correct buzzer. Our birds are 3 mana, so this is great. Extremely loud incorrect buzzer. We'll fix this later. Everybody lives. This is a good board wipe response, which I think is the worst thing that could happen to you. Yeah, this is good. You'll have a lot of non-token white creatures. No, Umbuka's signature spells are for Oathbreaker. Rude as hell, I like it. Path to Exile, Rebuff the Wicked. Okay, so this is Protect My Commander. You are a fucking maniac. You are an absolute fucking... What is this even doing here? What do you mean other effects? Why would we spend 5 mana to get a 1/1 on the ground? It's a bird? Oh. We already have 30! Jarthur, thank you for the 100-bit cheer. They probably have indestructible from the commander if I'm casting the second one. That is both true, and at present moment, I refuse to accept that we don't have a better option. The 1/1s have flying if the bird is out. We're still paying double price. Tempest Walk deck. I already hate it for duel. So okay, no. Skip your draw step. You have Shroud. You are way too fucking afraid of the Finn player. I'm gonna say that right now. Looking at Solitary Confinement. Where was the other one that was like... You're really concerned about losing the game or losing life or anything like that. Nah, well, okay. For something you're always going to have in hand, reducers are better than taking a mana rock. This is very good for you. Banner effect and extra. Okay, we get Vigilant 3/3s. We get 1/1s. We get to make Storm Crows. Control. Alright, so for our control, we have a mild suggestion, a decent combo stopper, a mild suggestion, a mild suggestion. Hey, look at that shit. Hell yeah. A mild suggestion. Great. How many games have you lost to the Finn player? Is the main thing that's coming up when I look at your card choices for this deck. Atomic Sharks, thank you for the Prime sub, my friend. Welcome to the dog home. I appreciate your generosity. Thank you. Draw tutor, just 4, playtest it before you roast me for it. I mean, I think Chivalric Alliance is actually fine. You have flyers that are going to swing every single turn. This is a little dumb, but not terribly dumb. Vampire also seems mostly fine. WinCon. Oh, God, dude. And then Porcelain Gallery. I mean, isn't Duel Commander's life total like 25? Your WinCon is just having 4 birds. We don't even need anything special. We just hit them a few times. DPM, thank you for the dog home, my friend. I appreciate that generosity. Okay. Everything about this hurts me. The points I will give you, you can actually be really low on card draw because your entire deck is the Tempest Huactua. Every bird that connects will draw you a new Tempest Hawk. Jarthur, thank you for the 50 bits. Only had 1 game against that deck. Me and my brother used 30 life. Otherwise, official is 20. Alright, so... we don't actually need that much card draw because if Tempest Hawk ever connects, we draw our creatures out. Cost reducing the Tempest Hawks is legitimately quite good for us because it lets them vomit them out. What we likely need after that is we need removal and we need ways to win the damage race. I think vigilance is coward behavior. I think Ghostly Prison is not necessarily a wrong card, but it is you begging to get beaten by a dinosaur player. But I don't like this. I don't like this. I don't like this. I think if you're worried about jump blocking, that is a sign that something else is deeply wrong. Hey, this shit has to work, right? Shit has to work, right? And what I unabashedly hate, is so many of the things we want to cast that aren't Tempest Hawks are fucking 3 mana and therefore interfere with the core gimmick of the deck. I'm not even going to fucking play this. We just want to attack sooner. So now we have this like big wide board. It's been 4 turns. All we have done is play a 2/2. We have no interaction because our hand is full of dumb fucking pigeons. We could have begun trying to slow down somebody hitting us last turn, but if this is Duel Commander, I think a spell that just kills their best creature ends up working better. I think the same goes for Welcoming Vampire. Like we want stuff that's either not competing with the Hawks or is something that we can cast on a turn that we have cast a Hawk to stop somebody who's trying to beat us to death. Wolf, we do have Thrumming Stone in the deck. So turn 5. We would have swung for at least 1 Hawk at this point because we played this guy turn 3. Swing both these guys. We double tutor Tempest Hawks to hand. So we get to do this and then hold up, rebuff the Wicked, except, hey, nobody's gonna fucking target remove Tempest Hawk. So this is saved just for Safara. We discard a Tempest Hawk to hand size. And getting Vigilance here is bullshit compared to going Tempest Hawk, tap my Tempest Hawks, get Safara. Now you have a 7/7 with lifelink. And we have a bunch of indestructible Hawks. And we should just try to win from here, but any deck that can walk in a straight line is probably going to have some type of threat we would want to remove. You are giving Yu-Gi-Oh villain right now, Jarthur. So, off rip, shit I don't like because I think it competes badly with how our deck wants to curve. I think the Vigilance is all ridiculous, so cut that immediately. Solemnity is fucking ridiculous. I don't like Ghostly Prison. I don't like Clarion Conqueror. I am okay with Aven Mind Sensor. The only Vigilance giver I will allow is this one, because this one can be played as setup for your birds coming down. Jesus. If this mana curve lasts longer than 4 hours, you should be talking to a doctor. Depend. I think this is bad stacks. I think going for narrow silver bullets in a 1v1 situation is very bad in formats that don't have a sideboard. Is why. If Jarthur, like, Jarthur's mostly playing against his brother. And so if Jarthur knows that their brother is all in on activated abilities and is all in on go wide, then hey, that's great. From a generalized standpoint, I always find it to be heinously ineffective to attempt to do these like one-off strategy snipes if you are in a 1v1 scenario and they're not part of your sideboard. When you can have a sideboard and your sideboard can be dedicated towards balancing your deck out for different matchups, hey, great. Silver bullets, we need them. Some decks are very strong. When we're doing 99 card singleton. As Nocturne is saying, we definitely have room for less hawks. We need like 1 hawk or 2 hawks in our opening hand, and then we have hawks for the rest of the game. And we have so much shit that is competing with the hawk plan, which is so bad. Like, fuck this. But overall, you don't seem keen to seeing any kind of stacks to protect slow aggro playstyles. Depend. I want you to write the phrase slow aggro playstyle on a post-it note, stick it on a wall, and stare at it until you understand my disdain. Is the play not Reducer on 3 and Double Hawk on 4? So Bon Legolas, that is the play, and that play is terrible. That is a 4-player commander play. That is a multiplayer game where you have time to little bean. That is not a, I am in a 1v1 with less life than normal and one person whose only goal is to kill me. So there's something, like, I think Urza is hopeful. Of the 4, I hate Herald's Horn the most. We're getting Hawks to hand with Hawks, and we have 1 other bird that matters in the entire deck, 2 other birds. Jarthur, thank you for the 100-bit cheer. My brother tends to grab a random deck from Moxfield or Architect, so I have no idea what I need to stop, then immediately cut all the silver bullets. Attempting to waste a very important turn, which is the turn you play the first Hawk on, to cast a silver bullet that will maybe sometimes help you. I think Hollowed Moonlight and Aven Mind Sensor So Authority of Consoles, Hallowed Moonlight, Aven Mind Sensor are the 3 best of the 6 that you have here. Stuff ET being tapped and gaining you life, I have seen do an unfortunate amount of work in my brawl games. Stopping people from tutoring, a lot of decks want to tutor. They're either tutoring, you're either tutoring for ramp, or they're tutoring for like a combo piece, or they're doing some dumbass Tempest Hawk strategy where they search their whole deck for a creature over and over. Hallowed Moonlight at least will replace itself. This will stop Reanimator. This will stop Green Cheat-In. This will stop Token Explosion. So those are broad enough that I believe in them. Elk is suggesting if you run 1, it should be Hushbringer. See, you're suggesting this because it would stop your decks, but some people play fun and cool decks, Elk, you little rat. So I really don't believe in Solemnity. I barely believe in Ghostly Prison, and I barely believe in Clarion Conqueror. Even though Clarion Conqueror is the broadest, like, the most broadly powerful one, I just think it's, nah. So then let's get into, like, Chivalric Alliance. This is conceptually not the worst thing ever. You can play it before you begin playing Tempest Hawks. You are relatively confident that you're going to be attacking with multiple creatures a turn. It is potentially an outlet to make chump blockers if you have too many Hawks. So I'm not going to say totally out of place here. I don't like Vanquisher's Banner as much, even though it's powerful card draw. I think if we want to be going this like this is again terminal commander card, not really a 1v1 we are punching each other to death card. For 1v1 punching each other to death, Coat of Arms is 5 mana. I have lethal now. Five mana. Now I have lethal. Go ahead and go fuck yourself. And as Darebrained has been screaming from the rafters, another effect like this is Mirror Box. This is another 3 mana thing that this is actually worth casting instead of your first Hawk. Like, this is legitimately worth it to compete with a Hawk, and I think you should just run both, quite frankly. I think it's much better to have my Hawks be big and huge rather than my Hawks have vigilance. And after that, we have to begin cleaning up the interaction section. HXBM, thank you for the Twitch follow. Welcome to the doghouse, my friend. Let's see. Our targeted removal is limited to 1, 2. We have 2 cards in the entire deck to attempt to deal with somebody else's problematic permanents in dual fucking commander. The format that is based entirely around resolving more problematic permanents than your opponent can. So this is wrong. So the first type of thing we can do is do what Joe Cherry suggested and benefit from the fact that we will likely have an overabundance of cards in hand. Something like Solitude, we can evoke this thing into play for the low price of exiling one of our shitty 2/2 Hawks. That's quite good for us. What did Akari suggest? Oh, yeah. Perfect. Hell yeah, do it. Yeah, so this is like we blow up the whole board. Like you would even be happy exiling one of your own banners with this because it would leave you with like 6 fucking birds who would then swing for like 12 damage. This also feels on the slow end, Darebrained. Jarthur, thank you for the 50-bit cheer. Vigilance started as a combat trick for the commander, so change for both cards chat just suggested. Okay, perfect, yeah. So then Vigilance is dead. If we were doing this to be more mana efficient with our commander, that is very cute, and we are doing, like, card tricks in German trench warfare. I think Banner of Kinship is much, much better. It's slow, but the things we like about Banner of Kinship and the things I like about Coat of Arms are you can hold them in hand, and then at the point when you have multiple creatures in play, then you lay this down, and then you are able to beat people to death. Ginger, yes. We get to draw 1 card a turn, and we get to draw as many Tempest Hawks as we can eat. Let's look at Thraben Charm. I do not believe in the heat allegations on Thraben Charm. It's certainly not bad, but y'all were fluffing this card like crazy. This is pretty heat. Turn a hawk into a banner. Jarthur, thank you for the additional 100 biddies. No, Door of Destiny is awful, worse than a +1/+1 effect. I think I was looking for the 2 banner effects shown so far. Okay, so it is going to be difficult to suggest you cards if you are listening to the roast while smoking meth. Like, help me understand. Oh wait, oh yeah, no, this one is awful. Yes, sorry. Vineboom me. I thought you were talking about Banner of Kinship. That one's on me. Yeah, this card is sucking hot shit. So anyway, I do like Force of Virtue. Let me go to Elk's suggestion because I'm relatively confident Elk can read. Final Showdown, already agreeing with. Yeah, good protection, good board wipe, good, I don't know, potential fuckery. Selfless Spirit, also correct. A way to give our Tempest Hawks indestructible before we get into it. Semblance Anvil, I think, should probably replace this Horn of Heralds bullshit, because looking at the top of your deck to maybe stuff even more birds into a sack is not helping you. What will help you is making birds cost 1 mana. Fuck. I don't want to worry about the Ink Moth and Nexuses too quickly. I think what bothers me the most about this deck is... Oh, perfect. Well, no, this has no land, so we would never keep this hand to begin with. I think what bothers me most about this deck is cards like Paladin class, and then how few of the things like Path to Exile we have. Because in a world where we didn't get one of our 2 removal spells, what happens is we do nothing. We do effectively nothing. We play 1/2/2. In any 1v1 game in the world, something important has happened at this point. Something important and troubling has occurred in Shibuya at this point in any dual commander game. Now, because we got the Lightning Greaves, we can at least like haste this, go get one of our Hawks. That's not nothing. The next turn, we get to drop the Hawk that we played. And we can give pseudo vigilance. So we give this guy haste, we swing 2 Hawks. We get Hawk. We get Hawk. I don't think we need more spot removal. This is a 1v1 deck with 2 pieces of spot removal. What the fuck are you talking about? What in the holy fuck are you talking about? This 1v1 deck does not require more than 2 pieces of spot removal. But like, we don't need this. We don't need this. We don't have enough birds to pay for Safara, actually. Like, every 1v1 game... Oh, after we made our suggestions. Every 1v1 game I have ever played is always decided by spot removal. I support this 100%. I think a lot of the things we're doing to try to defend ourselves get a lot better. Get a lot better when we give something lifelink. Chord of Grace. Yeah, card's bullshit, unfortunately. So, for spot removal, if we want to have, if we want to stay in mono white, there's a million things that are just like, this isn't even great, but it's cheap, and importantly, them getting 1/2/2 on the ground, we give much less of a fuck about than other decks. So I would at least consider this Requisition Raid. It is not so bad, DMC. You are smoking crack cocaine. I think Duty Beyond Death is definitely worth running for you, giving yourself indestructible before you've cast your commander in response to like a board wipe or something. Dope. Anyway, continuing on the Unwanted Remake, we have things like Get Lost. I will return to the discussion of Thraben Charm just to mention that I don't think we go wide enough, quickly enough for this to function in the way it wants to function. At a point in the game where we have 2 mana to hold up, I think this is dealing like 4 damage or 6 damage, maybe. Which is not unplayable, but I just don't like very much when we could just run, when we still have room to run Get Lost. Not even with it dealing double damage, no. Again, I don't think it's unplayably bad. I just think there's so many other better options that we care about more. And most importantly, the thing that I am the most down on for Thraben Charm is it is useless before we've played multiple birds. And I think the most dangerous part of the game for us is before we have played multiple birds. If we are in trouble, but we have already resolved 2 to 3 birds, we're not really in trouble. We have an endless supply of chump blockers. We swing with a bird, get a bird, throw that bird in front of whatever problematic bus-shaped creature is on the board. Versus, like, a lot of the spot removal we want to have is, oh, they played a Mana Dork turn 1. They played Finn turn 2. They played a fucked up and huge like they ramped into a fucked up and big creature turn 4. I think all of the, and what if they play a 4/4 with reach? I would rather have Get Lost. Like, I think everything that's not Thraben Charm also works at instant speed, can deal with problematic creatures more proactively, or also hits artifacts. Like, I would much rather be able to hit everything, or I would much rather be able to unconditionally kill their creature on turn 2 if I'm on the draw. Yeah, Parting Gust, also phenomenal. Like, I just think there's just a million things where if we have 3 birds, if we have 3 birds on the table, which is the point at which Thraben Charm is a conditional kill spell, we don't care. Like, we've already conditionally won the fucking game. God, this would be bad but funny. Bad but funny indeed. Okay, I'm taking the Thraben Charm discussion as strikes 1, 2, and 3 for Twitch chat. You're all banned for suggestions for Sudsball being this wrong about Thraben Charm. I think it is a good card in general, and I think it is just not, it's not on the rails correctly for how this deck wants to play. DMC, thank you for the 100-bit cheer. Perhaps. I don't know if we've exhausted everything so much that we have to be doing this. But we do want cards that fit in well on turn 4. Because turn 4 in this deck is always going to be, I play my second bird, and I have 1 more mana to spend. I think equal to the number of planes you control immediately concerns me because I don't feel supremely confident about hitting land drops in this deck. And like this I dislike for the same reason I dislike Thraben Charm, which is the creatures that are problematic to our strategy, this will not hit in time. I mean, God, we're going so deep for just an absolute fucking meme deck. Darebrand, you can't save Twitch chat. They've already committed all their crimes. They've already committed the crimes. They are now doing the time. No, Mana Tithe is the perfect fuck it card. Mana Tithe is absolutely the world's best, like, whatever, I'm in white and I'm a hater. TMC, thank you for the 100-bit cheer. Why are we running Terramorphic Expanse and Evolving Wilds? That's true, Jarthur. Get fucking up here. Front and center. Did you see a short about deck thinning that used bad math and tried to trick you into deck thinning yourself with fucking Evolving Wilds in a monocolor deck? Jarthur, thank you for the 50-bit cheer. 70% chance anything that cares about numbers won't work fast enough. Okay, so my argument against these is mostly limited to you are currently getting away with playing these because you are running hot dog shit to play turn 1 and turn 2. This deck should be reoriented around having something to do turn 1 and turn 2 that makes it important for us to have lands we can tap. Evolving Wilds is you rolling over to show your soft underbelly and going, I promise I won't do anything until turn 4, because turn 3, we're still locked in on this dumbass fucking bird shit. Other pieces of good removal, Skyclave Apparition. Hitting things CMC4 or less, generally quite good, and then they don't get it back. They just get a blue illusion that can't fly and can't block us. And because it's dual commander, those are the changes I would make. I think the deck functions 100% better if you just add more spot removal and cut this setup shit that is competing with your birds to maybe Silver Bullet, a deck you don't know you're playing against. And then we have 9 ads to make it 4-player. Dog. You can't cash this check, man. You're not Eggman. You can't piss on the moon. You don't have pee like that, brother. You can't do this. You can't do it. Oh, Alec, let me scroll back up. Thank you for the $2 super chat on YouTube. Requisition Raid and War Room. I think Sorcery, kill it with fire. War Room is a good non-basic. Definitely a worth putting in. And this is again like, the effects are all good. God, I hate not holding up mana. But it's at least worth considering. Fucking Ameria. Landfall birds. I mean, I guess it will work with the other emblems that we're putting in later. I think when you change this deck to Commander, most of what has to change is moving... most of what would have to change to bring this deck from dual Commander to 4-player Commander is changing the interaction from being a bunch of like targeted ankle shooting to being more either one-sided board wipes or protection spells or things that just hit multiple permanents. Like, you know what, you love it, Grasp of Fate. Because in the 1v1, all you have to do is keep good permanents off your opponent's board states for just long enough for you to beat them to death. Commander games are way longer. Your top end has to be better. That top end can still be something like Banner of Kinship or Coat of Arms, but it takes you longer to get there. Other people have more removal, so again, having the protection spells will be very, very key for you. I mean, right now, dog, you really tuckered yourself out picking 30 birds, and we phoned the rest in. But I will stand by these updates. Fuck Thraben Charm. You should have more stuff that will allow you to interact with a problematic board state before you play the first bird or on the turn after you have played your first bird. Right now we are incredibly, incredibly fragile to any strategy that puts down... Hello, baby.
There's a wolf spider that's bothering me.
Okay, we'll be right back, everybody. All right, the spider is now dealt with. The spider is now dealt with. I think this deck is dealt with. Where are we fucking putting you on here? This is YouTube short behavior. I expect a Quips and Guac video on this deck within the next week. No, jail is peak, but peak of a bad bit. This is just like, I put... This deck originated from the sole sentence, what if I got to swing 4 birds and tap them for my commander? And that one fucking sentence created this entire deck. But Jarthur, thank you for submitting. We're going to hit a manual ad break and then move on to the next deck, which will be white bread. Okay. The spider did not get me. Ashley Bork hit me with the random smasher pass. Glorious Mr. E, please hit me with that personal question. And Helios hit me with the personal question as well. Jarthur, thank you for the submission. I hope this was helpful, or at least a little bit humorous. The sentence was not too far off, working on changes already. Sounds good. What's up, Danger? Thank you for the Prime sub, my friend. Welcome to the dog home. Yeah, Suds, and listen, I put you in jail for it. Moment of love. Moment of love. This is a good card. This is a very good card, even. I merely think that with the how this deck wants to schedule its mana out, this card is not as effective as it typically is in dealing with threats. That is the limit of my ire for it, but it is still quite a good card. The Spider, was it a 1-3 with reach, a 2-1 with menace, or a 3-5 with reach? Z identified it as a brown recluse, so I think it was a 1-1 with death touch. Unfortunately for that bitch, I had first strike. My question is, can you suggest a broken commander for Turbo? Yeah, anything Dimir? So it finally arrived! Yeah, your messenger finally got here, MLP, and I killed that motherfucker. So for a broken commander for Turbo, I think anything Grixis or even Temur, like literally all you wouldn't even be looking for the commander itself to be super broken. You would just be looking for it to give you colors to turn on a combo, like a CEDH combo. Hi, I really like Braids Arisen Nightmare, but I don't get how to make it something else than mono black good stuff. You don't really have a good way to, Kovo. The thing with Braids is it is a really good engine, but it does not create a game plan for you. And so the way you make it something other than mono black good stuff is you have to pick a very specific game-winning strategy you want to achieve, and then Braids is just one small value piece in establishing that. Daryl, thank you for the $10 super chat. Have we talked about how Wizards dropped the ball with all the iconic weapons being alt art? Because it's absolutely shitty to do. We touched on it a little bit yesterday, Daryl. We did the Final Fantasy pre-con review, and I called it an absolute fucking scam that we don't get Buster Sword. We get a alt art of Hero's Blade. Didn't you hate commanders that pick plans for you, or am I crazy? I think they're often boring. So I'm not advocating for picking a commander that picks the plan for, like, they're just straightforward. They're simple. You never, in my mind, you never get style points for playing a commander that picks the plan for you. But style points aren't the only thing worth doing in Commander. What I'm saying for Braids is that I'm really just arguing that understand that it is not a win condition on its own. Hasn't it been confirmed we're getting an actual Buster Sword? If we are, it's not in the fucking precon, which is still a goddamn scam. So yeah, like there's a lot of stuff you can do to support a cool deck with Braids, but Braids doesn't like push you in any given direction. So if you just try to build around Braids, you will be doing generic mono black good stuff. But if you use Braids to support something cool, then you can get something dope. All right. Does that mean black Braids does not break the meta of monocolored commanders wanting to be in the 99? So Rick, specifically, that is a Final Fantasy meta. I don't think that is a commander-wide meta. I think there's plenty of monocolored commanders that are totally appropriate build-arounds. It is, in Final Fantasy, they appear to have made all of the side characters monocolor, which makes sense. They're like your teammates. They are your entourage. They're not meant to be the main character. Daryl, thank you for the $2 super chat. I appreciate that generosity. Buster Sword is alt art to Umezawa's Jite. So I've seen that. Somebody else in chat was saying we are getting a main set Buster Sword, though. We will leave it for a Tuesday. For now, we have white bread's roast to do. Hi, boss. It's me again, God's most stubborn secret commander player. My mama always told me I could be whatever I want when I grow up, and I was straight off a high from Assassin's Creed Altair's Chronicles for the Nintendo DS at the time, so I was very disappointed to learn I was not legally allowed to be a cool building-jumping, haystack-dwelling assassin. This has now followed me into adulthood as I read Altair, and I see he only wants to reanimate assassins. I pledge to make the world know that assassin is not a creature type, it is a lifestyle. The goal of the deck is to do some discard, self-mill, tutor up a creature type changer, and start re-summoning my fucked up goons with big dreams to beat down the table. That sounds deep silly. Assassin is just a job title. 36 lands, I like that. Altair, Mardu, okay, we're real. On attack, exile an assassin from your graveyard with a memory counter on it. Then for each creature you own in exile with a memory counter on it, create a tapped and attacking token that's a copy of it. Exile those tokens at end of combat. Oh, okay. So we don't actually want to reanimate these guys. We want to get rid of them, and then we want Altair to be able to attack multiple times. Understood. Seeking employees. So who are we turning into assassins? Archon of Cruelty? Fucked up and bad, but not in the evil way, in the way of you You are denying yourself the attack trigger. The ETB is still good. Oh, Seeking is your draw. Ah, my fault. The 8 the 8 mana shithead dog is card draw, not yeah, obviously. As we're odds maker, we can discard a card to draw 2. I think this works quite well with Altair. We have Beza, we have Big Score. Yeah, okay. I like this. The discard is very appropriate to fill the graveyard with targeted stuff for Altair's trigger. Gecko Gamer 1997, thank you for the 3 months at tier 1, my friend. Welcome to the dog home. Key to the City, good. Sure, dog. Yeah, it says draw a card on it. I'm with you. Best card draw in your colors. Fucked up and evil. Sure. And hey, if we ever make this man an assassin, God, how good is he? Alright, we got No. Assassins still gotta pay the bills. You don't need a payday loan. You have to have one of the best paying professions in the world, and you're going to Stinky Pete's check cashing place. This is good. I dislike having, or the number of mana rocks we have that are conflicting with playing our commander. But I do understand our commander doesn't really do anything until we have the graveyard set up, so it's not as bad as it would be in other decks. Token doublers. Attack trigger doublers, that's good. God. The Cuck Chair is unfortunately deeply appropriate, because you can play it the turn after, and then it does shit correctly. Okay, triggered abilities. I don't... Oh, sacrifice or exile. Never mind, he's fucked up and evil. I'm disappointed by the lack of Thrill of Possibility and Cathartic Reunion as a way of filtering reanimation targets out of our hands. You know, Alec, I am too. Mango, zoom in slowly. Get the Vine Boom ready. I am truly disappointed by the lack of care given to some of the best card selection Red has access to in a deck that wants to be selecting the shit out of its cards. It is a tremendous oversight on the part of Whitebread to not include anything like Demand Answers or Faithless Looting or even Big Score to give themselves mana. It is flatly ridiculous. All right, Mango. Now, extremely loud and correct buzzer. Listen, Alec, man. We all fail to read at certain times. We all fail to read occasionally. Costco pizza in the break room. Wrong. Right. Wrong. Well, right-ish. Downloading Indeed.com. Tutor. Very bad tutor, but quite funny. Tutor. Indeed.com. Oh, Ashes of the Fallen is so sick for you. Oh, that's fucked up. Yeah, MLP, it's mostly... So it's both power buffs and... we basically never want to play Altair turn 3. I really like Enduring Courage in this deck. He's a very good boy because you play Altair turn 6 once your graveyard is full, and then you want him to have haste. You want him to be attacking the turn he comes down. Conspiracy, Nexus, and Roshan. Dope. Protect the CEO. It's probably not enough. What assassins do best? Oh, that is hateful. Like, they get them back, but you're just looping stuff. You're just picking somebody's stuff up and handing it back to them every single combat. Ruins is really good. Rider's really good. Doom Score. Oh, yeah, okay. Okay, yeah, alright. Alright, buddy. Alright, buddy. Time Kit, I hesitate to let you know, this entire deck is predicated upon resolving one of these 4 cards. Apparition's good. Single combat is quite good for you. Necrotol is fine. And is at least naturally an assassin, so will work before we have Indeed.com up and running. Massacre Worm's pretty good. You're evil, dog. You're fucking evil. Aol Son, thank you for the $2 super chat on YouTube. Welcome to Dog Heaven. Why is the Animus not in here? It's perfect. Yeah, hey dog, what the fuck? Where's the tanning bed, white bread? It's from the same set. These are the same counter. This shit would cook. This is probably one of the single best suggestions we have ever gotten during a deck roast. This is legitimately perfect. This is just another instance of Indeed.com. Do you just have like no legendaries that you're looking for? Not true. Okay, we are low on them. Okay. Okay. I had it in first draft, but first draft had way less legendaries. I mean, even this draft, we only have like... So we have this guy, this guy, this guy, this girl, this guy, this guy. I mean, we only have 6. We can hit our opponent stuff if our opponents are using legendary things. Where's Dog Sauce? Where's the YouTube commenter who always fucking beats me to the punch with saying, hey man, your deck needs a fucking Mesmeric Orb? Hey buddy boy. My sweet prince. I think you need a fucking Mesmeric Orb. What do I just want to playtest this deck. I think you've brought something kind of nice. I'm afraid of losing my combo pieces to the orb with few ways to get them back. Genuinely fair. You don't seem to be having a lot of recursion in this deck, and so yeah, you are correct to fear the orb. Okay, we win. Cool. We grab the prize. Fuck this guy. Draw 2. We have Conspiracy on our next turn. 1, 2, 3. We Shizo. Dark Writ. We don't even Dark Writ, honestly. We don't even Conspiracy yet. This would be like Demo Tutor Ishin. So I'll like Dark Writ, Demonic Tutor. That gets Ishin to hand with me having the mana to play him. play this, guns on the table. Do I even have anything good to reanimate? No, I have a tremendous... Wow. Okay. Fucking woof. Ah, there we go. Okay, we got Archon of Cruelty. We got Archon of Cruelty now. I choose human. Yeah, I choose human and now I get 3 triggers, right? Yeah. So I swing, I get this guy, I get this guy, and I get this guy. How much does that do? We get to draw 1, gain 3. We get to give everything +2 +0. So a 6-4, an 8-6, and a 5-3 walk into a bar. So these are all memory countered. Oh, so this would actually be kind of weird. So we have 3 Altairs. We have 3 Altair triggers. Hey, Time, I'm gonna blow your fucking mind. So we get 3 Altair triggers. With the first, we exile Roshan. Resolving that, we get Roshan to field, which makes everything an assassin. Oh wait, but these would have to have targets by the time they go on the stack. Ugh, God, so we're just sad the whole time. You've cooked an oil fire. Does this one work? Now we have Ashes of the Fallen. We also have Moonshaker Cavalry in hand. Play that, skip a turn. Ashes of the Fallen. Tremendous. Can we transmute this man for a 4-mana card draw engine? Straight up, I would put Greed in this deck just to give Dimir Houseguard something else to do if you already get your... Like, this is the problem of... Oh, we can get Trouble in pairs. I think that's worse than Greed, though. Yeah, so if we're going to make this function, we need to be looking for greater redundancies in our tutors. I think what worries me right now is we have 18 different things to set up for the party and very little time to do it in. We're trying to get ready for Thanksgiving dinner and we're cooking the whole thing and we have 1 oven and 3 hours. So that would incline me to look in the direction of creature-based grave tutors, which somebody in chat had already very helpfully mentioned. But doing something that can set up the next Altair turn, the first time that we get him, and continue setting up our Altair turns, I think will be quite important. Yeah, there is also Buried Alive. There is also Entomb. I believe getting it on creatures will feel more thematically appropriate for the deck. I'm hearing calls for Auric. The point on this I will disagree with is I do not believe Auric Loremage is superior to Violent Tumor. As Sudsball has helpfully pointed out, the deck currently is built around getting things into graveyard, and so if we incidentally get Violent Tumor into the graveyard, we can still use his ability very easily. If we get Auric Loremage into the graveyard and then exiled under Altair with a memory counter, we will never be able to tap him again, which will be quite bad for us. Okay, Scryfall, why are we breaking? Why are we breaking? Ugh, Cynical Loner will just barely not work because she will be gone by second main. Alright, so here are our options. Corpse Connoisseur, Gravebreaker Lamia. This could actually be quite good for you. Turning a mana rock. Oh, no, it's 3 or less. Never mind. Maskwood Nexus is 4. Fuck this guy. Kick him into the sun. Dr. McLawcat, thank you for the Twitch follow. Welcome to the doghouse, my friend. Okay, so Lamia. We get to tutor to grave. We get a life linker we can swing over and over. Oh, it could get ashes. Then I will go back to recommending it. I'm actually crazy smart for thinking of that. Yeah. Use it to get ashes. Corpse Connoisseur. I really think all of these are worth it because the deck fucking can't start playing Magic until we get this going. I would also... this guy is so awkward because we really don't want him reanimated via Altair. If we reanimate him via Altair, it's too late. The triggers have already gone through and it doesn't do what we need it to do. So a big part of my brain is yelling, we gotta do all this graveyard tutoring to get Roshan into the graveyard. We have so many pieces of balsa wood, and we have so little glue, and we only have 1 week until the boxcar rally. What the fuck do we do? Or how do we get this more reliable? And don't think I haven't noticed that we don't have a single piece of interaction. If this hasn't worked, all of our interaction is at the very, very bottom of Santa's big sack. So if we can demonic tutor turn 1, not turn 1. Okay, never mind. God loves us very much. We get Ashes of the Fallen. I could have done that turn 1. We would not have surveilled any of these away. So turn 3, I can play Altair. Next turn, I think I demonic tutor Faithless Looting. Yeah, that's definitely what I do. I demonic tutor Faithless Looting. I cast Faithless Looting. I draw 2. I dump Trumpeting Carnosaur into the grave. I also dump this guy into the grave. We attack, we get Carnosaur. Discover 5 to... We get Fear of Missing Out. Here, let me make memory pile over here and use tokens. So now we rummage. Roaming Throne is definitely meant to be played. I think I dumped the banner at this point. So we could Roaming Throne, but the big problem is doubling these triggers doesn't actually mean very much. At least you'll die cooking, white bread. So we can transmute for something with 2 mana. I don't know what the fuck that would be that's going to help us. We play this. We throne. We swing. Double trigger. So we exile this, make a Carnosaur. We don't have a target, but we get another Carnosaur, and we get a token of that guy. And so we get to discover 5 twice. We get a Knight of the White Orchid. And we get an Arcane Signet. God. And then they hit, they go away. We weep softly to ourselves. Our next turn. Oh, this would be... God, this would be so good if you were allowed to have a 20 card commander deck, huh? This would be just so fucking good if we were allowed to have a 20 card commander deck. I don't think the doublers are where we want to be. I think the doublers are a salve that we are applying to the emotional injury of Trumpeting Carnosaur not actually being a very good card. Now it is important to differentiate if we are playing this because we love gambling so much, or if we are playing this because we love Altair so much. I do think non-legendary is the way to go. My big worry is that it doesn't feel like any of these things we could reanimate are good enough. Because the point of reanimating stuff is that you get to be a little stinker and play really, really expensive guys long before you're supposed to be able to play really, really expensive guys. But all of the deck has to be so much support to hold the gimmick together. And we're doing all of this kind of assuming that nobody's going to be mean to us at any point during the game. So like if we do this, we get to hey, look at that. Angel of Serenity just happens to be in my graveyard. That will enter tapped, so we'll play that. Play that. Vamp Tutor Ashes, probably. No, okay. Let me go grab... Nope. Let me go grab Ashes. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Moxfield. I didn't play it the exact way you wanted me to. So turn 5, we go this, Ashes. Then we could transmute for a 5 cost, but I don't know exactly what it would be. Oh, true. So Altair's out the turn before the tutor goes. play Ashes, get Angel of Serenity with it. We do some very imposing creature control. It's just, I can't shake the feeling that we're spending 18 hours in the kitchen to produce a very normal peanut butter and jelly sandwich. It does just about work. I can certainly believe in the spooky designation because we're using such a large number of tutors. What can we do to make this feel better? Yeah, what we need to be playing this deck into the friendly neighborhood blue player who will traumatize us on turn 2. Come on, it's PB&J garnished with a basil leaf. I think we either replace doublers with cooler targets or we replace doublers with anything that will let you dump your hand more aggressively. Like all of the playtests we're doing, you get Altair out, we are allowed to swing Altair. We have 0 to 1 legal targets that will like allow us to cook. Let me look at... Who's the guy who's making everything? Roshan's 4, so he doesn't work with Terra. Yeah, there is a lot of Final Fantasy stuff that will let you cook here. There's Celeste, Rune Knight, and we do have a decent justification for not being on persist combo. What's this guy do? Oh, this guy would just be cranked as fuck. Yeah, because if you start sacrificing the guys you have brought back and then drawing cards, that would enable you to get a little bit of heat on it. But I do think unfortunately the answer is probably drop out some of the discard for more grave tutors. Like, I struggle to imagine that Cathartic Reunion, or more like Demand Answers, is better than creating a pile of stuff already in the graveyard that are good. Because a lot of the times we're getting Cathartic Reunion, nothing in hand I want to dump. I could chain a tutor something good into Cathartic Reunion to get it into the graveyard, but most of the time our target density is not high enough for us to feel confident in discarding them to get them into the graveyard. So we can ease that a little bit with things like Gravebreaker Lamia, where we can begin looping them. We can ease that with like Shadow Mysterious Assassin. But at the end of the day, you do probably need more things like Buried Alive. I'm trying to imagine if we can make Imperial Recruiter work. Do we have any other cards with power 2 or less that are core enough to the deck that we can grab with this guy? It grabs FOMO, who is pretty fucking important. Grabs Terramancer, grabs Knight of the White Orchid. Does not grab fucking Ishin. Does not grab Enduring Courage. Well, Alec, man, I don't doubt that there exists a good Imperial Recruiter deck that we could put, or a good Imperial Recruiter package we could put in here, but I worry that it begins to move us towards, we're moving a mountain to make the bit go off, and the bit loses importance. Ah, thank you, Eris. Let's dirge it up in this bitch. Both a Grave Tutor, or we can recur. And this is how we fix the Roshan problem. He can be recurred via Lively Dirge, and that makes it less stressful to put him in the graveyard if we have another card in the deck that can pull him out of the graveyard. Or can really pull out... What else can we pull out that matters? Nothing? Massacre Girl, Known Killer? Okay. I don't think we want Sad Robot. I think this deck, I think the stuff we are cheating out has to be good. It cannot be Wally good. That is true. Akari, thank you for bringing that up. White Bread, shout out, you my guy. Mardu deck, no Shieldred. Love that for you. Thank you, bestie. I feel like this has to at least be better than Ishin, right? Because Ishin is like one of the most highly killable creatures in our deck. But Ishin is already kind of like most of the things. So actually, best card in this section, I believe, Renewed Solidarity and Master Multiplied, because these will let us keep permanent copies of the things we cheat in. Fear of Missing Out is acceptable primarily because it has the Rummage stapled onto it. But Ishin Two Heavens is one, Mondrak Glory Dominus, Roaming Throne. These are like, how do we make even better a dream that is very unlikely to happen in the first place? I also think, like, goddamn, we need, we probably need at least one more board wipe, my goat. I'm gonna be totally real with you. Our interaction section is mostly hope and prayer at this point. Need my boy Desmond. Kindred Dominance going back in? Hell yeah. Oh god, am I about to call this playable? I think it might be. Could we inty? I don't know if we could inty. Do you have any more fucked up targets for me to replace doublers with? As your doctor, I don't think I can recommend fucked up targets because the entirety of what's wrong with this deck is our ability to get targets into the grave in the first place. But if I was gonna not be your doctor for a little bit, I think Uncle Stinky Pete. What's this guy's name? Hold on. This guy's fucked up. Assuming I fixed the first thing, give me something under the counter. Yeah, let me pass you something under the counter. Stinky Pete. And look, he's even holding one of the glimmers, and you have a glimmer in your deck. What I think would be impactful here is if we had more things that established permanent value upon their reanimation. So like Beza is one of these. Trumpeting Carnosaur should be one of these, but you are gambling and your deck is loaded with dog shit to try to make the gimmick work. And so if we had... So like Mutilator just goes under more of the interaction section, but literally like right now, most of your good targets are de-escalators and not escalators. And so let's look at... Let's do fun stuff. Fuck vegetables. Let's look at creatures in Mardu we can reanimate that would create good long-term advantage. Mana value greater than or equal to 6. Glass Geo, we can't do ETB Atali because ETB Atali is in green. We could try something with Abhorrent Overlord, depending on our Black Devotion. It's probably not good enough. Let's sort by EDH rec rank. Archon, I've been holding back the Valgavoth for so long. Sun Titan would probably be good. This is unfortunately not a like evil and fucked up target, but this is just a good, honest, hard-working target to try to bring back lands or bring back value pieces. This is a cast trigger, so we don't give a fuck about it. Annihilator doesn't work for us. I cannot in good faith recommend this, as you will be killed. We're exiling. There's no good ETB. We are not getting an attack trigger. I refuse to believe this couldn't do something. Switch DM, thank you for the tier 1 Twitch sub, my friend. Welcome back to the dog home. But the thing is, it's not that creative because everybody does this shit. The ancient dragons are straight up everywhere. You could mix in a little bit of theft. We're on exile, so we are not getting the death triggers. This is probably... hold on, do we accidentally go infinite? I think we shouldn't do this because I think this does incidentally go infinite, because I think you swing Bloodthirster, you untap it, get the combat phase trigger, but it gets exiled at the end of combat. New combat phase begins, new Bloodthirster, new instance of damage, new additional combat phase trigger. So I think that does... Oh, it doesn't untap Assassins. Okay, okay. Then it becomes like relatively fine. Non-legendary, yada yada yada. Cast spell, yada yada yada. You could definitely, you could be a little shithead that nobody likes anymore. Yeah, the Gear Hulks are probably are pretty good targets. If we're gonna do theft, I like this more. This is one of my new favorite guys for theft decks. Being able, so not only are you doing pseudo mill, which is psychic damage, you are also robbing something they were gonna get to play in a couple turns, which is tremendously I love that shit. So that is a good potential fucked up guy. Is a flyer, is going to be difficult. Is going to be difficult for people to block. Butcher of Malakir is going to get you beaten to death in the parking lot. I think the problem with Butcher of Malakir is that it is a play pattern that is too aggressive for how much this deck wants to be allowed to cook. And it would also not trigger a lot of the time because Butcher of Malakir, I think, cares about dies, and Altair is exiling our creatures rather than sacrificing them. This could, unfortunately, become another Secret Commander Rottenmouth Viper deck. You don't get the attack trigger, but you do get at least the ETB trigger every time. This is just a big meanie shithead. What's Shadow Grange doing? ETB, each opponent sacrifices their biggest guy. You gain life equal to the greatest power. That is fucked up and hateful. Breaker of Armies would be another way to just like just rat fuck a token player. Oliphant sucks hard. I think Metamorphosis Fanatic, this is too much like generic Reanimator. Like, I feel like we're never going to have enough targets for this to be good on top of what your commander's doing. This would hopefully be 0. Oh, they'd hate you. Oh, white bread. Oh, white bread, they would hate you forever. Oh, if you cast it, never mind. We're safe. We're all right. We're safe. Lux, we're looking at an Altair deck, so we're exiling from our own graveyard to make some fucked up guys. Furlbog Flutist won't work because this is a trigger when we're already attacking. This is a little bit win more, but if you can get there, especially if we then started leaning more towards combat damage triggers. Jim Slim, we have those already. Oh my god, what if this was a dungeon deck, white bread? That's how we power it down. We make it a dungeon deck. Oh, okay. Unironically, do not hate Demon Lord Bells and Lock. Because we desperately need something that is going to give us a full hand after we waste 5 turns and 10 cards trying to dig for this fucking Rube Goldberg assassin machine. So this legitimate target I would recommend putting into the deck. You'll get his enter triggers a lot. I think you have a number of hits that are good for that. Yeah. I fuck with this guy. But we are limited. The Duskmourn guys might work. So my worry about Overlord of the Baelmerk. I guess it's a May. I think this could work. I do like this guy. I don't like the damage guy, doesn't do enough. I'm also not confident that we want the 2-1 generator. I'm not sure 2-2-1 chump blockers are strong enough. Glyph, we're not doing legendary creatures. We're just not heavy on legendaries. But we're not avoiding them. Yes, Phage, just lose the game at instant speed. I don't think we have any artifact creatures. We're not big enough on artifacts. Do we... Good lord, we are digging deep for this dumb bit. Creature cards in graveyard we hope is going to be 0. Yeah, Piru is ice cold. Crabomination was in an earlier... This is absolute bitch shit. But if you are ever... I would keep this strapped to your fucking armpit for the moment they realize you're the threat. And then you just slot this in for game 2. Absolute stupid shit right here. I would be so mad if somebody played this against me and recurred it every single turn. Think about it. Think about it. I'm not saying you have to do it, Whitebread. Oh, cast. God damn it. They won't let us do anything cool, man. They won't let us do anything cool. Never mind. Shut up. I can't fucking read. I can't read because I'm too busy trying to figure out how to make this stupid fucking deck work. You know what I think would be a funny bit one time? You could only play this deck once. If you wanted to make a silly version of this deck, I would make literally all of your targets things that only triggered if you cast them on ETB, and then every time you play one, just play it totally straight and be like, oh fuck, that doesn't work. Oh god damn. Okay. The next one will be... No. They're not all like that. The next one will be fine. And then, like, do this one because it has Storm. I think that's a good bit once. I think that's a good bit once at bracket 1. Be like, Vamp Tutor, this dumbass recursion game plan. I get a 4/4 that doesn't trigger Storm. And then after that, you set the deck on fire. Or, you know what? I'm going to steal that bit for the next gameplay show I get invited on. The next gameplay show I get invited on, if they want me to play low power, that's the bit I'm going to do, and I will give you a writer's credit for it. But that deck can only be played one time. I know we're not in the business of music requests, but can we skip this track? I'm sorry to tell you, this is the repeating track that plays all the time while we do deck roast. I will turn it off for 10 minutes to give you a break from it, but that's how we rollin'. I think I am down with Unstoppable Slasher if we want to be spooky. Glass Geo, you not knowing there was music is the point. Oh my god, and the bit deck could have the Myojins too. No, Glyph, you're good. Makeshift, yes, we do have music on. Yeah, you just do Myojins, you do if you cast it, you do like... Oh, pure joy. You could do Revolutionist to reuse your like one fucking piece of removal. Wouldn't that be nice? This would probably be better removal than absolute one-off. Nah, fuck that shit. Kill them. Where'd this guy go? Don't subjugate them. Murder them. Or God, the bit can go even deeper with doing the stuff that cares about creature cards in your graveyard, and then you have 0 because you've exiled them all with Altair. Oh, and you just firmly swear the deck is good. And you just absolutely do not break character. Refuse to break character and be like, yeah, that's a good deck. Okay. I think we've given you a number of good suggestions. I think most of what's missing is a little bit more redundancy and a little bit of the things that will give you permanent card advantage or creature advantage off of reanimating them, instead of just like we have a section that is, if I do all of this reanimation, I get to have a little bit of interaction, which everybody else achieved for the low price of 1 mana and an instant speed spell. But I like what you're cooking with. We've had to go pretty deep into bracket 3 to make this playable, and I unfortunately think we have to go even deeper to keep it playable. But a more robust tutor package, especially at least one of those graveyard entombers, so that every time you trigger Altair, you can set up the next Altair trigger. please look at Rakdos the Defiler. It's probably not the one you're thinking of. This is good. You will go to jail for this. You will go to jail for this immediately. This counts lands. Everybody do that math and then see how many friends they're going to have left when they're done. The answer's none. Yeah, like I think if you were doing a good Mardu reanimator list, this is a great fucked up and evil target. You are playing a silly Mardu reanimator secret commander list. You do not deserve this, man. So Whitebread, thank you for submitting. We got to hit manual ad break to banish the pre-roll demons. Then it will be time for Islore. Then it will be time for Furious Oatmeal. And I will be back in just a moment. I'm going to use the bathroom. All right, the demons have been fought. I lost my suit jacket. It's in the toilet now. Ty the Turtle, thank you for the Twitch follow. Welcome to the doghouse, my friend. We have multiple Smasher passes to do, and then it's time for Islore. Had to wipe with something. I get it. I'm glad you get it, Teal. Thank you. Hard pass. Hard smash, but only on the left. Hard smash. Incredible. Incredible. Have a good one, Glyph. Thank you for coming by the stream. Okay. Let's go to Islore's deck. And let me close these 8 billion Scryfall tabs. Zoria, hit me with that personal question. Yes, Mystery. I would choose Treasure Cruise over Turbo every single time. Islore's deck is spooky. Number 3 in my submissions of my quest to build every Enchantress commander. This is... Laura, as I've told you the first 3 times, this is a bad quest. It's a shitty quest. It's like saying, I want to taste every porta potty in the world. Esper Enchantress has seen a lot of support, especially with Duskmourn. I've struggled to get Aminatou Veil Piercer to feel right. This is the closest I've had to it actually working. I'm still struggling with the balance of top deck manipulation. I'm consistently finding draws on other people's turns, so EDHREC and Veggiewagon have kind of dictated that section. That's where I think it needs the most help. Currently not really seeing a way to close the game in my deck. I was kind of hoping you had one. Okay. On a base level, the problem with Aminatou Veil Piercer is that this is the deck that most badly wants Rhystic Study in the entire world. It is the deck that carnally desires the most efficient, disgusting advantage engines in the entire game and does the worst job of turning them into a win that is not a combo win. So that is just a difficulty we're going to have to manage. Let me check Zoria's question. Dear Question Hound, are there any obscure mechanics you wish returned or got more support? I'm thinking about stuff that maybe only appeared in one set. For example, Conspire, or even just on a couple cards like Grave Storm. I will think about that and talk about it after this roast. Let's get back to Islore trying to do bad and wrong things badly and wrongly. For a dragon player, you're awfully scared of the combat phase. Yeah, Sphere of Safety... all of the... if we're trying to do spooky Esper Enchantress, first of all, I think you're wrong. Second of all, this is the right way to do it. That core issue with Esper Enchantress is that, like, your games are better trying to win with a combo. Your games are just better fully giving into the, like, CEDH meta brainworms and Thoracle consulting, because everything else you can do is terminally boring. Touching cards, touching hearts, but most importantly, telling you whether or not I'd touch your commander's parts. Thank you for that Maulhound reference. So these are on brand for what you want to do. So we have generic value generator, 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 most generic, most value generator, generic value generator, good setup piece, draw that works well for you, generic value generator. Free bottom surgery, love that. Shout out my dog Islore, sniping him out there in the middle lane with Vel'Koz. Good shit. None of these are incorrect, but they have the personality of a peanut butter and jelly sandwich with the crusts off. Goon Reclamation. I am reclaiming your goons. That is a beautiful title for, oh god, this is how? I don't want a Vine Boom theft, because I loved theft. But you could not have fallen more exactly into the trap I talked about. We are using a scary value engine for a silly win con. I think that never works flatly. We are using a hand grenade to butter toast. You got me fucked up right now. So I do love crime. I do love crime. I do love taking things. Much like my friend's Mutate deck, which spawned this take about Rhystic Study, you have a theft deck that is functionally just a Rhystic Study deck. I think we could be on the theft stuff if we totally disabused ourselves of these hyper-generic value engines and let the deck be bad. Right now, this deck is too good to let the win condition be this bad. It's time to stop vamping. Proceeds to vamp for at least another half an hour. You about to have me fuck around and start answering personal questions in your roast, lore. Okay, penance. That's smart. That's okay. Cookery. It's in the microwave, but cookery. So we can set up our top deck. We can set up our top deck. We can kind of set up our top deck. Thank you. Let's redress fate, too. Okay. Get everything back that got blown up. Wow, printer ink really is expensive these days. Good. Good solid land base. Use code MAULD for 5% off at Cool Stuff Inc. so they don't get him. Hell yeah. Alright. So about a fifth of the deck is generic, really, really good cards. These are not generic okay cards. They are not generic bad cards. These are generic, crazy fucking strong cards. It was gamer subs until the start of the stream? Oh my god. Hey, good hot fingers, lore. So the engine that is driving our car, we have like a Formula 1 engine in a 1930s jalopy for the win condition. We might be able to work around something like Grave Betrayal. Maybe the most expensive ones. But taking something from somebody else's board after they have already played it at sorcery speed sucks. I have a lot of joy when I do it, which is why I always try to make it work. It is a bad, no good, weak thing to do. And I think if that is what you want the win condition of the deck to be, you should let this deck be like solid 2. Solid dog poop bag, nothing more. And we cut Rhystic Study and we cut all of the really good Enchantress engines, and you just play weird stuff. You just play dumb little weird cards and you steal people's good creatures. Whereas right now, I love you, and I am on a constant quest to treat the people around me with kindness and respect. If you resolve omniscience and you follow it up with I steal your Esper Sentinel for 6 mana, pass. I'm gonna have to get a new therapist because it's gonna be provided to me by the prison I'm in after what I do to you. It's gonna get fucked up. So this is one of the... This is one of the decks where I just think it's in minimum bracket 3 jail, but it's probably in bracket 4 jail. The win conditions that work well with these types of value engines are combos. Like, it's just the motherfucker is meant for near CEDH. I don't think it's good enough to be like CEDH powerhouse by any stretch, but it's just meant to be pretty goddamn powerful. And so straight up, I don't know. So what you're saying is it's viable. Yes. CEDH viable. So true. Because a lot of the ways that you make theft better at higher power, this commander does not help. The way you make theft better at higher power is you take the best cards straight out of their deck rather than waiting for them to play it. I'd rather go for the bad deck angle since I already took the Master of Keys as my CEDH near CEDH list. Got it. If we're going to go the bad deck angle, I would highly recommend dropping the free casting, and we look for... I think greed is okay even in the bad deck. I think people can live through, oh, they cheated out Erebos or greed versus, oh fuck, 1-mana Rhystic Studies here. So let's think about... This is probably the strongest tutor we can put in that deck in this case, where you can look for a specific enchantment that you need. And then we can keep all these funny guys. We can go ahead and reclaim their goons. To be fair, 1-mana Rhystic isn't that bad on turn 5. Get banned on. You're banned for 5 minutes for being wrong. 1-mana Rhystic is always crazy fucked up good. I think Comedian would die of a heart attack if you attempted to tell him, oh yeah, 1-mana Rhystic Studies, I mean, pretty fair once we get to like turn 4, man. Come on, man. It's not as good as it is like turn 1. It's still fucked. Then, Laura, the next question is, are we like confirmed theft is the only thing we're gonna do, or did you run out of other options? Doesn't permaban mean they can't watch anymore? I don't know, H-Squid, you tell me. And then we want to look for greater than or equal to 5. Fucking got him. Fucking got him. Alright, so we can gain life for creatures. We could be shitty and confusing for no reason. That kind of sounds like it's up your alley, Islore. So I think these are the type of things we would want to use to convert damage. This is going to cash a bigger threat check than you can probably pay for, but if we're letting the deck be bad, who cares? But But this will at least convert damage to everybody. And will be a card draw engine. I'm not letting us even try to do something with Barren Glory. I think Boon of the Spirit Realm may legitimately help our shitty theft win con, because we can we can at least like slowly turn our stolen creatures into confirmed good creatures. One of the big things is I don't want tokens. You want Esper Enchantress, but you don't want tokens. Okay. I can do it. I can do anything. My power is limitless. I'm immortal and glorious, and this deck list reeks of piss. And you want this deck to be, I shit on the table, but I don't want it to smell too bad. I can make that happen. Lightsworn Evil, thank you for the Twitch follow. Welcome to the doghouse, my friend. We're not doing Hive Mind. Shut your mouth. We could do stuff like Cruel Reality, but I think that is probably too targeted. Too targeted to be effective. Oh, hold on. Listen, we're in Win More Hell, but the deck's bad. We're allowed to be in Win More Hell. Just walk with me here. You spend multiple turns somehow casting 8 mana enchantments for 1 mana. Somehow. Don't think about the math too hard. Once you have 4 or more, you play Day of the Dragons. You turn them all into 5/5 dragons. You board wipe. This kills your dragons, and you get all the stolen creatures back under your control forever. That is stupid. That is stupid and should make you smile, and if it doesn't, I mandate that you go pet a dog right now. Okay, something is happening. Excellent. Excellent. Good. Yes. Okay. I think Demonic Covenant is probably worth playing. Yeah, like I think if we're going to try to do this, let's look for really like theft and then really underplayed enchantments, which I think Demonic Covenant fits the bill for. What's up, Rowan? We don't want to do Decree of Silence. Decree of Silence is just going to scare the hoes. We do not want to scare the hoes. We want everybody having a good time. Is the same reason I'm not going to recommend Dismiss into Dream. I think it just makes everybody sad rather than helping you win. Does Extravagant Replication let us attach one of our theft auras to a new thing? Because if so, I think this is another piece of the Day of the Dragon puzzle. Fear of sleep paralysis is one that's in the precon, but is fucked up and good. Anytime I've played against Z's Amanatu deck, if they are allowed to keep fear of sleep paralysis, they just win. Don't think we need Gravebreaker Lamia. Oh my god, heightened awareness, dog. A 33-cent card from Prophecy. It is your new Rhystic Study. 2 blue, baby. Cheaper than Rhystic Study. Extra card every draw step. Hell yeah. We're not doing shrines. Under no fucking circumstances. I don't think we care about Jingataxis. Do you think there's an ethical Shrines deck ever? Jello, it's less about ethical and it's more about interesting. I don't think shrine decks in today's power level are all that unfair. What I think they are is incredibly boring, and they tend to lack a large amount of agency for the person playing the deck. Like if you are playing a Shrines deck, you really don't have very many decisions you get to make. You don't get to politic. You have a hard time dealing with one person being the threat. You kind of set yourself up to be the arch enemy, and all you can do is hope that you stack Legos quickly enough. It's just always bad games. Good lord, these cards are bad. We don't give a fuck about populate. Legitimately, I would consider this as a finisher because your game plan most of the time is to control theft auras, which means you will also control creatures, and so all of your creatures effectively have like double the mana value in terms of permanents you control for step 4. So again, if we're in like bad win condition territory, your deck probably sets up a really big Mega Flare. No. That's strikes 1 and 2 because 2 people suggested it. You could also look at sagas. We have Kiora Best the Sea God already in here. If we don't have Treachery already, we should have Treachery. Summons are creatures, but they're also enchantments. Okay, thank God we have run out of big enchantments to look at. So next we need to try to help with the top deck manipulation. So we have Soothsaying. Yeah, I do think this is worth playing. And then we have Virtue of Persistence already. We want other ways to either reorder the top of our library or just look ahead at what's on our library. So we're missing Ponder, perhaps because Ponder is a sorcery. Yes, Vine Boom myself. That's why we're missing Ponder. I do believe we're missing Brain Surge, which is just bigger Brainstorm. I think there's also Brainstone. We need head, is what I'm saying. We need all the head we can get. Enhanced Surveillance is quite good just with our commander. We're a little bit in Winmore Hell here, but we do not have to descend very many layers for this to be playable. I think Collective Restraint is good. And we do probably want... So we probably want to replace some of these more generic stuff, and maybe even one or two of the theft pieces, with propaganda effects. Are they bitch made? Yes, but so is Esper Enchantress as an archetype. And these effects are very, very good at getting the Kevins of the world to not hit you. I have resolved exactly one propaganda in my life against MTG Nerd Girl. It was the only commander game I have played against her in which she did not murder me. Coincidence? I think not. So I'd play this. Scroll Rack does run afoul of the EDH-Rec Brainworms, but at least your deck uses it very well. I think I would at least test it, and you decide for yourself if it's too good. God, that's bad. God, that's bad, but yeah, do it. Gambling. Gambling, and you get to draw a card if you win. I don't want Limduel's Vault. I think as soon as we introduce hard tutors, that's too good for the level of play we're trying to do. Thassa, God of the Sea. I don't think Scry 1 is a good enough effect, although maybe it gets us an indestructible blocker. No. Not... I mean, maybe. Maybe, but God, that's so bad. But it would be funny to make this card the highlight of your deck. What's this? 7 cents. 7 pennies, and Sigiled Starfish is like, not a theft card, get it out of here. Fuck it. Honestly, I'm wrong. Follow the path of highest joy. Starfish deck. Starfish deck, 2 cents. Modern Horizons 2 card, by the way. Oh my god, and this works with enhanced surveillance. Yeah, this is the deck. This is the fucking deck. And then we just need probably more ways to draw cards on other people's turns, which Fairy Mastermind's fine. Thank you, MLP. Get Starfish on. That fucking rocks. I fuck with this too for setting up our top deck. Because, like, bottom line, we don't have to go super hard on being able to draw cards on other people's turns. What the baseline that we want for this deck to bring you joy is we want every turn I untap, I set up one really good enchantment to play this turn, and then I pass. Maybe I can do more on top of that. But the floor of our House of Joy with Aminatou is I untap, I know what's on top of my deck, I know I'm going to like playing it for 4 mana less, and then I pass to the next person. Spy Network. Ooh. This is so fucking dumb. Yes, this is the deck now. So, Lore, we can't make you better. We can make you worse with fucking Spy Network. 1 mana, check 4. Let's fucking go, dude. Let's fucking go. We did bring up Soothsaying. I do think Soothsaying should go in the deck. Yeah, this is going to be dog shit Aminatou. It's fucking perfect. God, that's awful. So yeah, let's just see how it goes right now. Oh God, we have Psych Rift in. See, we don't need Psych Rift. We need Spy Network, dog. Don't think about the shitty blue cards. Look at their hand. Look at the top card of their library and then lie to them about how good it is. That is the joy of Commander. Not fucking bouncing everybody's stuff for 7 mana. No, it is looking at the top deck being like, sorry for your loss, bro. Yes. It is Day of the Dragonsing, motherfuckers. This is how we win, Lore. Alright, we counterspell somebody's stuff just to be mean. Pretend I played these in the right order to resolve my commander in time. We surveil. We would see it's a mana rock. Both go to grave. I shoot myself. God damn it. Get out of here. We can't do... So we can do none of our stuff. Oh wait, we surveil too. What? Ah. Get in the graveyard. Not even Moxfield wants you to have good cards. This is Moxfield judging you for the Psych Rift. This is Moxfield judging your attempt at doing good Esper Enchantress instead of shitty, terrible Goblin Esper Enchantress. Next turn, we try again. God damn it. Get in the graveyard. This is a mill deck now. At long last, we spend 6 turns hoping, waiting, ignoring timing restrictions. What do we get to do? 1 mana value engine. I cry openly. Versus the world we could live in. Swapping people's life totals around, preventing them from hitting us, putting stuff back on top of our library. I love you. That's... Let's fucking go. Okay, next turn. I steal a land for 2 mana. And then we're going to pretend you're playing the cards we told you to put in. I spend 1 more mana. I use the stolen land to cast Spy Network. I get to see all of somebody's shit, and I get to look at the top 4 cards of my library. We set up the Spirited Away top deck. If we had card draw, which we don't, but I'm going to pretend we do because it'll make me happy. We draw this and we still a creature, give it +2/+2 in flying. Okay, I think that's what we do. And I think the way you handle drawing cards on other people's turns, rather than trying to always hold up instants, is we bring in the other bad enchantment draw engines. So on top of Greed and Erebos, there's Argul's Bloodfast, which is just another instance of I pay 2 mana to draw a card to hopefully cost reduce something by 4. Lets me hold mana up. Dope. Happy with it. And then we use all these dumbass top deck manipulators, and then you're happy. So right now we are firmly lost. But we have an incredibly well-defined path to peak. I fully believe in this deck's ability to be peak once we make it really bad. Best bracket 2 Amanatu deck ever coming in. Insight draws on other people's turns, hates on the green players. Fuck yeah. I hate ramp, dog. I hate ramp so much. That's going in my Amanatu deck. This would also, yeah, this would just be a good card. No bit here. Surveilling is great in Amanatu. Hell yeah. Yeah, and if you ever get angry, pay 40 life, instant speed, pick your shit up. Pick your shit up and leave. Seconding the Lauren suggestion, even though it's not Enchantress, it will allow you to politic, as Rick Dom's saying, instant speed, free card draw. God, the dumb octopus is kind of perfect here. I'm just thinking Clash. I use all of my top deck setup to make sure I win the Clash. After I win the Clash, while we're still in Declare Attackers, I cheat a Theft Aura into play and I steal their blocker. Tell me I'm wrong. Tell me I'm fucking wrong right now, because I don't think I'm wrong. Sinister Starfish is back to save us. We just use all of the Surveil and Scry bullshit that we're doing anyway. Marvo doesn't let you cheat an enchantment you already drew. Okay, so Mango, grab Wicked Good FM's name, grab that comment, and then really slowly zoom in on whenever you win a clash, draw a card, then you may cast a spell from your hand with mana value 8 or less without paying its mana cost. Please outline without paying its mana cost in red, and then play like 18 Vine Booms. That's why I said they're best blocker, Greytor. And you have a 1/8, so like whatever. You steal whatever would kill Marvo in combat, and then you let them keep the things that won't kill Marvo. Nightsea, thank you for the 19 months in a row at tier 1, my friend. Must not murder people for poor website design. Must not murder people for poor website design. I know it sounds like they're asking for it, but they're not. They're just dumb. Badgers, I think we're being goofy hateful. Yeah, no. We're not doing this. We're on Marvo cheat out. Marvo cheat out Spirit Away. And then I think this will be perfection, Lord. It will be bad. It will be a bad deck, but it will be a bad deck that brings you so much goddamn joy. Cactus Meat, thank you for the Twitch follow. Welcome to the Doghouse. We're going to hit one last manual ad break, and then Furious Oatmeal, it will be your time. So I'll be right back. I'm going to re-up my water and all that. What do I think of Slime Puttin' Squee on YouTube chat? Pretty goddamn strong. Little, you know, you have a few hoops to jump through, but the hoops are not that high. Children can wriggle through them accidentally, and then the children reanimate a Tolly, turn 4, and you fucking scream. We'll be right back. Meat, thank you for coming to stream. What do you think of Felden Goblins? I hate short people. That's what I think of Felden Goblins. CODY, thank you for the Prime sub, my friend. I appreciate those Jeffrey dollars. And Yoda Susej, thank you for the Twitch follow. Welcome to the doghouse, my friend. Dude, Master, the new Aerith looks fucked up and hateful. All right. Without further ado, it is time for our evil bestie, Furious Oatmeal. All I'm going to read from the primer is that this is a control deck. I want everybody else to appreciate the bit of this control deck with no context. This deck is cursed. A silly deck where everyone curses me while I curse them. This is the Shiko and Narset curses deck that we theorized about when we talked about Shiko and Narset in the set review with Elk. So this is, and I don't know if Furious Oatmeal saw that. The entirety of the primer said this is a curses deck. I literally just wanted the curses thing to be on site instead of via my words. All right, so we have when you attack somebody. All right. I love this image. Let's go broad strokes. Shut up. So the way Oatmeal's trying to do this is she is trying to put curses on people to incentivize them to beat each other to death. We have a little bit of double spelling, a little bit of recursion, a little bit of land hate. We have some goading as well. Hey! My number one Grasp of Fate includer. Fuck yes. Ooh, and we have Theft. I like that a lot with the double spell copying. So we have Bankers to take Soul Rings. You are such a spiteful little bitch. This is just... This deck is just 100% what if I was a rat bastard? What if I was a rat bastard 100% of the time? Alright, so we have Glimpse of Freedom. We have a ton of stuff that is just what if I spent 1 mana to do literally anything? Not. Alright. 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 We have our turn, so we have a few ways to give stuff flash, so we can do this on other people's turns as well. This board state is ridiculous. Kill everything I haven't taken. I kind of love this off rip. I think the worst part about this deck is the closest thing I have seen to a win condition is the idea that one day we will steal a Gishath from somebody. I mean, Moke, it's a little bit of... It's like controlling a little bit. Control is definitely slightly misleading. So we go... Here we definitely fucking go mulligan. This hand looks playable. So we let that enter tapped. We gotta save that fucking life. Mana Rocket. Get our do we get our commander actually? I don't think we do. I think we Malcolm and Eyes it, and then I think we Mana Rock again to investigate, because we don't have anything we can actually use Shiko and Narset on. Okay, now we have Curse of Echoes. Love Tidal Barracuda. So we get Narset out. And we wait. We play this. We have 7 mana. So we consider. We'll take that. We consider, we Cursive Echoes whoever we think is going to cast the most instants and sorceries. We get to our next turn. We probably Mana Rock. Financier, draw off the Shiko and Narset trigger. And I think that leaves us enough mana to suspend the Wheel of Fate with 4 counters anyway. So that ticks down. We play this. We can give somebody a treasure for card draw. Preordain's not nothing. On our next turn, give somebody a treasure. That sucks. Crack a clue? God damn. Please give me something. Nope. We will scry these to bottom. Please give me something. Oh, yeah, scry 2, then draw. Okay. We can double cast Curse of Opulence. We get to copy it. So we can give a little gold to people. Now, turn 9. I think it is extremely, extremely generous to presume that we are alive right now. However, this is where we can do things we really care about. Boom. Now we copy Fealty to the Realm. We are the monarch, and we get 2 creatures, and we get to draw off the monarchy. This is something we can cast with Flash. I doubt we need to. Oh, I think the wheel's hitting right about now. So this one, play this, play Wayfarer's Bauble. Play this, go get an island. Play this, Shiko and Narset. We do this. Depending on how hot the board state is, we have a few really fucked up turns. I think the safe turns, we get to double spell and double copy Psychic Impetus. And then that gives us a lot of scry power. We also get to draw a card. We did that on somebody else's turns. So this is off. We successfully copied it. Next turn, we can Edgin. That also allows us to like foretell Treachery away to make it even more mana positive. then we can do some type of double spell. We have a lot of different things we can do here. It is difficult to accurately goldfish this deck because so much of it is dependent on what our opponents have. I think the weaknesses we can identify relatively clearly. The first weakness is 0 board presence unless we hit one of these theft spells. The next weakness is the draw is very, very hit or miss, and trying to double spell all the time is rough. And I'm going to echo what I'm seeing in chat, which is like, I want curses to convince somebody to attack somebody else. It really doesn't do that shit. People really just don't want the free rewards that they get from curses anytime. I do like what's going on with the goading a lot. I do like what's going on with the controlling enchanted creatures a lot. Tygom is a little fucked up. You're so right, it is missing mill crabs, Red Velvet. First, I love this tag. The drawing card and gold curses have the highest success rate. Yes, shockingly, people do like money and power. Why is my rum gone? Thank you for the Prime sub, my friend. Welcome to the dog home. I appreciate those Jeffrey dollars. So from an insular perspective, one thing the deck is definitely missing is a homegrown threat. We have almost nothing that we have in our deck that actually threatens somebody. The closest thing we have is, well, I'll take your very threatening thing, which is funny and is morally correct, and we have 8 of them in the deck. I do understand the deck is meant to be silly, but there is a difference between silly and bracket 1. Bracket 1, I will give you none of my cards are good. Silly, this guy's silly. Like, silly decks aren't meant, or when I think of silly decks, I don't think of this deck doesn't know how it's going to win. I think of this deck as either extremely telegraphed or it's not very good at executing how it's going to win. And I mean, really what I'm doing is I'm going to recommend this. And you won't be able to stop me for multiple reasons. 1, it's theft. We're already on. I love theft. Theft is funny. 2, it's suspend. This is going to give you a free spell that you can cast to trigger all of your flurry stuff. And 3, you will be able to steal something actually good. You will be able to punish the Gishath player appropriately. Now, you may decide that this is too good ultimately for a silly deck because motherfuckers don't like tutors, especially when I tutor your thing. They're also cursing your sudden and inevitable betrayal. Excellent. Oh yeah, you could double this. Well, can you double this? Can we double stuff targeting opponents? Yeah, you could double spell this. You could... Oh, inevitable betrayal and bribery are in considering. I would recommend these heavily if you do not want to have any big creatures in your deck. If we want to be entirely reliant on using our opponent's creatures, I think it's quite important that we make sure we have access to all of your opponent's creatures rather than just some of them. Rite of Replication's super fucking funny. So I would agree with bribery coming in under gimme. I would even agree with Clone Legion coming in under Gimme, and then Inevitable Betrayal and Rite of Replication. Public Enemy is fucked up, but probably in... This should probably be in the toolbox of stuff you can do. But I like this. I like the vision. I think this is a good vision you have, Oatmeal, and we're really just talking about how to clean up the edges. Other things that I think could be useful... We probably want to consider stuff like flashback. I wonder if this would work for us. I think this would be a very fair and very on-theme piece of interaction for you. It's not going to let you cast a lot of your best curses, which is rough, but it will at least hit like control magic. It will hit kidnap. It can hit a lot of other stuff in your deck. But being able to just go like, okay, instead of having to hold up mana, I'm going to deal with problems in a fair way. Bounces terminally fair, and I'm going to get my second spell just like that. Other things I think are likely worth considering are God, I love this card. This is my pet card in every red deck. I always look for an excuse. How can I play 1 mana, make a treasure? Maya's Mod, just a little sappiness before I leave for work. Thank you, Maul, to your friends, your colleagues, and y'all's communities, especially in these times of all times. Thank you, Maya. I hope you have a good time at work, and I'm glad we could be here for you. What should we be cutting? Frankly, at random would be acceptable. I think... I'm trying to debate how many of these cantrips we can cut before the deck stops working. I believe Twinning Staff would work actually, but I think it's a bit win more. Thondrill, thank you for the Prime sub. Welcome to the dog home, my friend. Oh, Badgers might be onto something, because what I really don't like, we have 16 spells that are all shitty. I'm not saying we can cut all of them, and you've put them in for good reason, but we have almost a fifth of the deck that is garbage to turn on the other fifth of the deck that is very, very funny. I do kind of like the pack that Badgers is smoking about having stuff with rebound, because then we might be able to cast good spells because we'd get it for free next turn. Ooh, you could be the Time Wizard. This is really dumb. This is really bad. If you don't like Doctor Who, I would not even play this. But this is really fucking stupid. But would double spell you. I do not think we're on multicolored enough for Lila to work yet. I don't want to commit hard Decipher. Can we hear me out about this? Potentially to replace a gimme. Because I think the floor of this is we copy Shiko and Narset, and then we go crazy on triggers. The ceiling of this is that we get a token copy of somebody else's very good thing that we have already stolen. But I think if we got just bonus copies of Shiko and Narset, I think we would be really happy with that, because then we either get a crazy amount of curses, we either curse like a sailor, or we get to pick up 3 fucking cards every time we sneeze, both of which are good outcomes for us. I do also like Faithless Salvaging. The thing is, the deck right now is only on 10 instance, so I don't believe in O'Hare Pakbatik. Cards with Retrace. I am not as confident about Retrace as a mechanic, because what I saw in the playtest is it's really easy for us to run out of cards in hand, because we have to spend 2 cards every turn, and we're not drawing enough to make up for that. If Oatmeal makes these edits, and she finds that that is leading to her being like fucking breaded up with cards in hand, then I think Retrace is something we can lean into. But let's look for cuts. As much as I do not want to detract, I added the Lord of the Ring cards because they really fit the deck, but I usually don't like UB. The different frame bothers my autism something fierce. Okay. This has a different... What's different about this frame? And I do hate to tell you, I do think Quantum Misalignment really fits the fucking deck. We could even fucking try to draw this like with an in-universes border. This one in particular is like stone cold perfect. If you don't want to use it, I would use Faithless Salvaging. Ah, border. Okay. The stuff I think we cut is unfortunately the curses that are not going to convert in the way we want them to. I think that list of curses is Chaos, Hospitality, Stalked Prey, those 3. I think those 3 are the least likely to motivate somebody to hit a bitch. And we have to be either highly motivating somebody to hit a bitch, or creating a high amount of advantage for our own board state. I am chill and cool and real with all of these. Oh god, another Universes Beyond suggestion has hit the fucking tower. This guy has to be in the precon, right? We have to have cut this man from the precon. I feel like this should go in the deck too. As many things as we can chuck at the deck to make our targeting spells replace themselves. Yeah, I don't know how our snake got lost, but we need to get him back. I like everything in Gimme. I have personal beef with Aura Finesse because when we saw it in the playtest, it was before we had any auras to move around. So it's... God, I think it's better than Consider, but because it requires like you to have done an aura already, it frustrates me. Dawn's Truce is good. I would cut Faithless Looting. Oh, it's not a modified precon completely from scratch. That's why. All right, I would put that Dragon Boy in there. I would cut Faithless Looting. I'm also like, the only reason I am up on Faithful Mending at all is because we can flashback it. But I think anything that goes card negative is an immediate no in this deck where you are just fucking gambiting your hand at people. I don't like Think Twice. I think Think Twice can be replaced by insert spell with rebound here. Probably Faithless Salvaging. Even though Faithful Salvaging goes card negative. But it has rebound. Shut up. It's a free spell. Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. We don't have Entity Tracker. We don't have Mesa Enchantress. These are probably good ideas. Like, we're never fully unlocking a room, but got a lot of enchantments entering, and we got a lot of copied enchantments entering. Mesa Enchantress, a little bit weaker than Entity Tracker here because it's a cast trigger and not... If we're on auras, can we go more in on cantrip, auras, and constellation triggers and constellation trigger accessories? I don't think we should, because I think then we immediately move into spooky. I think constellation and like generic enchantress support beyond card draw is so good that it will instantly overtake the theme of the deck, and the theme of the deck is I yell at you and I rob you by yelling at you. So I think if we do anything more than, okay, this aura is now going to replace itself so that I can do it again on my next turn, it just becomes like, oh, well, I really should focus on this, like, Jeskai. Like, I really should put in Boon of the Spirit Realm. And then we hate ourselves. I don't think we're going Hellbent. Ooh. Hazier, you genius. For figuring out the signpost uncommon might be good in the mechanic. Oh. Immediately. Anything. Anything. You could cut anything in the deck for this. Yeah. This guy instantly... Oh, who's the other? There's a samurai who does this. Or like a Ronin. Yeah. Oatmeal, you better not be typing because you better be writing shit down very fast. You better be scribbling these fucking card names. Yeah, these are like... just absolute dog shit creatures. Wayward Guide Beast does not do this. Who suggested this? Vatus Insania? You remembered this card wrong. Oh wait, I'm lying. It bounces lands. Shoot me in the head. Everybody salute Vadi while we ban them. Goodbye. We appreciate your service. Goodbye. I don't like this as much because it's 3 mana. I think the 1 mana is fucking beautiful. 2 mana is acceptable. 3 mana, we piss and shit. Shrieking Drake. Oh, this is busted for silly. This is 2 mana draw a card forever. This is 2 mana draw a card every turn. Yeah, because you target it, and then if you don't have something to copy, you just cast it again, and you get to draw a card. Oh, that's the glue. That is the flex seal that is gonna hold this fucking dog shit together. I just showed up. Are we reinventing Esper Bounce? Yeah, we're we're taking the really good Esper Pixie standard deck and we're making it a very, very funny and bad Jeskai deck. What do we think of the cards like the Rune, Auras, or Angelic Gift? Alec, I would have been more up on these if these had been suggested before we found these 1 mana self bouncers. I do think this is probably better than the flashback one. So like, or Glimpse of Freedom. I do think the rune, because at least the runes can target, but the problem is like we don't get anything for attaching this to something. Mark of Fury. Yeah, I think this is roughly interchangeable with the creatures that do it. There's maybe potential upside. The problem with Nurturing Pixie is cannot bounce itself. Yeah, but Alec, we have very few Enchantress triggers. Oh, this one's fucked. We might be getting a little bit less silly. We might be getting a little bit fucked up and hateful here, you guys. I really like this too. This is like a good... We get delayed bounce. We get a 1 mana spell back. Keeps our hand nice and full. I fuck with this a lot. Yeah, and then I think the hero curses, like the hero stuff remains. Oh, I double treachery you. Oh, I followed footsteps. You're really, really good, commander. And all of this is just like... Oatmeal, I realize you didn't talk about any type of budget limit, but we're using cheap cards. We're using cards that are really fucking bad in all of these other decks. I don't think we have a single self-blink synergy in the deck. Absolutely not. We're only going to have 3 self-bouncing creatures in the deck. That is not enough to build a self-bounce synergy around. Those are just 3 creatures that we're always happy to see. Why not Jaxus? We don't want to discard stuff. The whole point of this is we want our hand as full as possible at all times with cheap stuff to have the tools to double spell so that we can either whole goal of the deck, copy Treachery, or draw cards to one day copy Treachery. Or Curse of Echoes or Curse of Verbosity or Curse of Opulence. Like, these are the big flavors of the deck, and all we're adding now is like, what type of shitty pasta can I throw at the wall to make this sauce stick to people a little bit better? Whirlwind of Thought feels to me not as good as Rhystic Study, but it feels like it could have Oatmeal. If you're trying to stay silly, this feels like it could have a Rhystic Study-esque effect. If you make all the edits we've already suggested and it's not yet consistent enough, I would break the glass on this. But you have so many non-creatures in this deck, it just becomes everything I cast draws me a card, which is such a good effect for a deck that's supposed to be silly. Time, we have very few instants and sorceries. Hako, Whispering Raven. We could do this. It's not as good. It's not as good as the 1-mana ones because it's a delayed bounce back to hand trigger. But it does do it, and it does let us scry a little bit, which is like pseudo card advantage to set up our future turns. At that point, just run Norin the Wary. DM, I'm not going to Vine Boom you, and I'm not going to dunk on you because I think it's rude to hurt children. But the point of the one mana guys is to have something to replay from hand every time. If you're talking about new Norin, no, you said Norin the Wary. No, you're not getting out of this one. There is Duskmourn Norin, but I don't know. I don't believe it. I don't believe in it. We're not doing Squee. Okay, so I need some rebound spells, self-bounce creatures, betrayal, bribery, and cut the worst curses and cantrips. Yes, and importantly, Oatmeal, I would put rebound and self-bounce, same category of upgrade. It's just stuff that guarantees you're going to have them back in your hand. Ah, you thought he jumped back to hand. That makes sense, DM. So anything that's in the bucket of like, this is a 1-mana thing that will come back to my hand is better than 1-mana draw a card, in my opinion. And then, yeah, drop the worst curses. And I would put, at minimum, bribery. I would also put inevitable betrayal in. Hey, my opponent who I put 10 curses on, can you block my Norin the Wary so I can double the next curse I put on you? Yeah, that would be a sentence. But I think the self-bounce stuff just always replaces these like 1-mana cantrips things. And then you at minimum want Entity Tracker to get card draw off of stuff ETBing, and I think you probably want Mesa Enchantress as well. Overwhelming Splendor is too hard, too over the top. Twinning Staff also too deep in the sauce. We're trying to improve the gimmick, already good. We are trying to improve reliability. We are not trying to improve top end. I think for silly, this is already a dope top end. We are very happy with what goes on when the deck works at a silly table. What we're not happy about is how many goats we have to sacrifice to God to make it go the way we want it to.
I just want to tell you, somebody asked to buy the hat.
How much are they offering for the hat?
It said they didn't say a price, but they are like, can I buy that from you?
10 million.
So silly.
So Jello Sloth, good thought. However, cannot bounce itself. Yep, can't read, kill me. I like how everyone's just ready to be slain upon the altar. Ooh. Thank you, Mojo Muffin. This man. Oatmeal, this man. This is your new dog. His name is Tony. His name is Tony the Lion. I did not mix my references. Fuck you. Fuck off. Yeah, come show the hat. Come show the hat.
Hold on. Chat, witness me. Oh. We gotta fix that.
It has to be
How
plugged.
do we... You're just gonna have to wear it.
Yeah.
There we go.
All right, guys. Number one dog, Tony the Lion. Is this showing up? This is showing
It
up.
is showing
Yeah, this
up.
is
Wait,
correct.
hold on. Okay, Vivi.
This is unfortunately me on my pirate software shit. FR.
Oh, I love it on you. Why haven't we done this sooner? Do you want to keep the hat?
No.
Away with me.
Yeah, Z made that. They just sat down one day and they were like, I'd like to make that. Big hat malt. Magniloquence, thank you for the prime sub, my friend. Welcome back to the dog home. I appreciate that generosity. So yeah, this is what I would do to replace a lot of your cantrips. And then we get those two other card draw engines in here. We are also missing Frantic Search. I know I recommend this for every fucking blue deck, but this one in particular, because it will pay for itself, and it will let you draw to a good aura if you don't have a good aura already. This is also a good option. I think we have more than enough at this point. I legitimately don't think we need to take every single one of these. The art is dope as fuck. This... I play Glitterfang, and for my next trick, he screams at you very, very loudly. I think that's a cute turn. I play Glitterfang, and he yells at your creatures so loudly that he betrays you. I think the only reason we don't play Zurgo is he is literally a 2-mana version of an effect we can get enough of for 1 mana. Discard 4 hurts my little blue player heart too much. I can't recommend this in good faith. Can you reprieve? Can we reprieve? No, you can't. Mojo Muffin, it looks like you and I are both wrong and stupid. All right, I think that's where we're gonna leave it for now. Oat, I think you have the tools You absolutely have the tools to succeed with this deck now. I really like what you're doing here. I would up the ceiling a very small amount. And then I would get those other cantrip replaces in here. I would get those 2 other card draw engines in here. The last thing I would recommend, if you haven't seen the Final Fantasy spoilers, Alphanod and Alisei Levelier are also beautiful for what this deck is doing. They are the double cast twins. On second spell each turn, draw a card, or your second spell each turn is much cheaper. And so I think these 2 probably have a place in the deck as well. And we're likely cutting mostly from first, and then secondly from the weakest curses. But thank you, Oatmeal. I hope you enjoyed and exhaled heavily through your nose. Otter Pirate, congratulations on redeeming your exclusive Discord role, my friend. Please ping me or Ahmad and Dear Maldhound to get that set up. But for now, that is going to bring us to the close of today's stream. I will unban Vadi Sinsania. J.Wav, thank you for the Prime sub, my friend. I appreciate those Jeffrey dollars very much. We're going to find a friend to raid. And it's not going to be fucking Kirsch. My goat Kuro Hitsuki is doing a pre-con review of the Cloud deck. Maybe he likes it more than I did. We're going to hit our friend K-Dog with the indestructible Justin command. Thank you, everybody, for being here. Thank you for watching my dumb shit. Thank you for the subs, the follows, any and all support you give me, even if it's just your eyeballs. Have a good day. Please remember to stay toxic. We will be live again Friday, noon Pacific. Darkest Dungeon, baby. I started the raid too late. Now we have 6 seconds of solid silence before I can start this. Wasn't that fun? YouTube.